Group A. There's a lot of points that teams need to acquire in case they want to make it at the final.
But for Group B, it's a lot more tactical. The teams came in and they were trying to read each other's moves, and the point differential and the margins is actually a lot more tighter than Group A, but the front runners are still the teams that we expected to be at the top.
While the front runners are taking these points away, it's about the teams who might get eliminated at the end of group stage. On Group A, we have two teams who need to start picking up pace. On Group B, there's Mia Corp as well as Straw Hats, Titan Esports Club and Demon's Pride on the other end. So it's going to be a tough battle in case they want to rake up points, especially for Group A.
There are some teams that started off slow but came in swinging in the later stages of the game, with Aurora Gaming and also Team Falcons from Group A. But even for Group B, Team Secret, the recent spring winners of SCA 2025, also came out hot, but they are clear favorites for both groups. Buriram United Esports with 3 BOOYAHs in Group A and MIBR Laws for Group B.
So the whole competition so far, to kind of rewind it back, it's between SEA versus Brazil. Who gets the champions title? Who makes it to the final first is what we are in the question for.
Yeah, and if you have missed out on some of the storylines, when we look at Group A, it's a group of champions, multi-world champions like BRU, with teams like Team Falcons who have won EWC 24, Evil's Divine, EWC 25. But for Group B, it's a group of second places, second chances, redemption arcs, teams that have gotten close to the podium but never finished first, teams who have experienced multiple heartbreaks, RRQ, Fluxo, and even to a certain degree, the Vietnamese teams, this time with their weights on Team Secret.
I think the main highlight that we ended up seeing were Gun Dynasty, and on the other end, it was Al Ahly, right?
It's week 2 of the club championship race here at EWC 2026, and yesterday saw icons taking the stage in League of Legends. To kick things off, Fakers T1 started off strong with a win against GAM Esports, while teams like G2, AGAL, Genji, and Sentinels saw themselves all advance to their group's upper bracket finals. Unfortunately, though, for fans of Furia and Team Secret, your teams went out at the hands of D+ and Carmine Corp. Over in MLBB Women's Invitational, today the group stage begins. But the big news coming out of there is the fact that Falcons were able to survive the wild card stage when they were able to take out Huns in the deciding match. They'll now be joining the likes of Vitality, Liquid, Aurora, Spirit, and Onyx, looking to make a splash in the competition. Finally, Dota 2 playoffs begin today. And of course, with both Team Spirit and Falcons in there, they'll be looking to get some big points on the board for their clubs in the club championship. When it comes to things over here, though, for us at Free Fire, we're in day 2 of our group stage. What does that mean? That means 4 teams will be going home today, while 8 will secure their place in the finals. And that's going to be big for our teams looking to make storylines in the club championship. Still lots of gameplay left to go, though, so we'll have to see how all of it plays out.
Day 1 of Free Fire was full of dominance. We had 2 teams in Group A and Group B being able to get 3 BOOYAHs. Today, though, on day 2, is any team going to be able to do that? We'll get some answers to that. Welcome back to Free Fire at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by some amazing people: Lace, Neptune, and
हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज होने वाली है वॉच पार्टी। लेट्स गो। ग्लेजर गेम्स के चैनल पे आप सभी का स्वागत है। जितने भी जनता इतनी देर से वेट कर रहे थे स्ट्रीम पे, आप सभी का धन्यवाद जुड़ने के लिए। एंड जरूर से हम बढ़ेंगे वॉच पार्टी की तरफ। आप सभी का स्वागत है। एंड आप शेयर भी कर सकते हैं इस स्ट्रीम को अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ, अपने टीममेट्स के साथ, क्योंकि बहुत कुछ आपको देखने को मिलेगा। मजा आने वाला है। वॉच पार्टी करेंगे, चिल करेंगे, चैट करते रहिए। मैं आपकी चैट वगैरह भी रीड करूंगा, तो कुछ सवाल हो वो भी आप पूछ सकते हैं। एंड जरूर लेट्स हैव फन गाइस, लेट्स हैव फन। इंडियन टीम्स खेल रही है, चेयर पंप हो जाना चाहिए पूरा सिस्टम, एकदम सिस्टम पूरा पंप होना चाहिए। अभी लाइक करें स्ट्रीम को फटाफट अगर अभी तक आपने नहीं करा है। एंड बढ़ेंगे हम मैचेस की तरफ भी बहुत जल्दी। वॉच पार्टी करें आज हम। मैचेस शुरू होने वाले हैं वैसे बहुत जल्द, 3:30 के आसपास शायद से वो जो मैचेस हैं वो शुरू हो जाएंगे। तो या विल सी व्हाट्स द एक्शन, क्या शो रहने वाला है आज का। चैट में क्या चल रहा है, चैट रीड करते रहता हूँ मैं। मेन स्क्रीन की तरफ चलेंगे अपन, चलेंगे स्क्रीन की तरफ गाइस, बताओ। चलो चलते हैं, एंट्रीज वगैरह होने वाली है अभी, चलो चलते हैं।
Later into the matches, I mean, the pressure is going to start to build up too. We might end up seeing teams parking the bus in a way kind of like England was able to do yesterday, and we saw what happened. They didn't end up qualifying. So you don't want to do that, and you don't want to wait until the end because the pressure will be there, and you're going to have teams just doing crazy things. One team that might end up doing just that is not.
of emotions था, तो जरूर मजा आएगा।
So I heard this is the first time Spanish joined the EWC 26 in Free Fire, right? And I wonder, how do you guys feel, and have you guys prepared everything to get into the top 4 today?
¿Han escuchado que esta es la primera vez que un equipo de habla hispana está en una final de Free Fire en EWC? ¿Cómo te sientes al respecto y cómo te has estado preparando para el día de hoy?
Pues nos sentimos con confianza, siento que nos va a ir muy bien hoy, mejor que incluso ayer, y que todo esto se trata de preparación y de cómo están saliendo las cosas.
We are really confident, we have worked really hard to get here, and I think this is all about how much you've prepared and that good things are going to happen to you.
Wow, awesome. Sending a lot of lucks for you guys today. And also, one more question I wanted to ask. Do you guys feel pressure when you step into this battlefield? Because there are so many strong teams in our Group A today.
Ladies and gentlemen.
How will you guys manage all of it?
¿Sientes algún tipo de presión cuando entras en la arena? Porque hay un montón de equipos muy fuertes. En el caso, sea, ¿cómo haces para lidiar con esa presión?
No, como equipo y como jugador individualmente no sentimos ninguna presión.
बहुत अभी होने वाले हैं शायद
jugando como si estuviésemos en casa, como si estuviésemos en un día cualquiera, y que esto se trata solamente de confianza en uno mismo.
As a player and as a team, we don't feel any pressure at all. We feel like we're playing like at home, like it is any other day. So I think
सही करते हैं, रुको इसको सही करता हूँ, अभी सही करता हूँ, अभी ठीक करके देता हूँ, अभी ठीक करके देता हूँ, रुको अभी ठीक करके देता हूँ. बोला था ना, अभी ठीक करके देता हूँ.
We don't feel any pressure at all. We feel like we're playing like at home, like it is any other day. So I think this is all about how much you believe in yourself.
Oh my god, this is so great, because you know, when you play on a stage, it's really different from playing at home, right? But hearing his answer, it makes me feel so good about him. So thank you so much for your interview, and also thank you to our Zippo as well, and good luck to you today, Gun Dynasty. Thank you for your listening, and now let's explore more in EWC 26.
Well, Gun Dynasty, we're expecting that same attitude today. Not being nervous, not feeling any pressure, because one team that didn't feel the pressure yesterday was none other than our reigning champions, EVOS. And they started off hot. They were able to get a booyah on the second match. But I know today, for the PS5 story of the day, EVOS, they want to see what they're going to be able to do.
Yeah, of course, because if we go back to what happened on day 1, the highest score EVOS had was in game 2, I think. They got 12 placement points and then 17 elimination points, and that was the best of EVOS, the best game that they showcased the whole day. And I think the teamwork between Russia and the other supports are working so much better towards the end, and this actually the thing that separates EVOS from RRQ, if I can say that. They do have the mentality to stay calm, to bounce back from the mistakes that they have, whereas RRQ usually takes a bit more time. It takes them a bit more time to be comfortable, to be okay with the mistakes that they did. And EVOS, that is definitely the reigning champion mentality that they have right there. It was a slow start, but then again, after a few bad calls, they finally started to climb up the ladder and continuously, consistently get the points that they needed.
And something to keep in mind too with this squad is that they are currently in 4th place, right? So I'm hoping that today they're not going to start feeling the pressure right off the bat. They showed yesterday what they were able to do at the start. Did you see them possibly crumbling since they're right there in the 4th place, going directly to the finals or going to survival?
Actually, it's quite the opposite. I'm still pretty sure that EVOS has what it takes to go straight to the next stage without having to go through the survival stage. 111 points, 70 elimination points. That is quite big for EVOS, and I'm not saying that just because I'm Indonesian, obviously, but I do think they have what it takes. Again, it's a slow start, but I think that's where it's different, because when we see the way of the other teams are playing, the other Southeast Asian teams are playing, they came out very strong. Let's say Budokan United Esports, they bring out the big guns from the very get-go, but EVOS, they try to at least read the situations first. They try to be comfortable with it, and that's exactly what they did. They got better and better and better each game.
One team, Neptune, that's going to be hunting them down, making sure that they get within those top 4 is going to be none other than Loud. well, the Brazilian squads. It's not just Southeast Asia here. Brazilian squads have been able to show up, and I know you're keeping a close eye on what Lao is going to be doing in regards to their game skills.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially now, you did point out Evos with the numbers. Loud is now 4 points. Just to look up on what they did in Val. They're one of the teams who managed to bring in the A1-2-4 combination together with Oscar as well as Steffi. So with that alone, you can see the intention. They're not going aggressive, they're just playing it safe. And I guess with that, they're just, as you mentioned, testing the water. So this is where they might switch it up to a more aggressive play when it comes to active skills as well as position-wise. But hopefully that will not be read by other teams.
You know what? You cursed the team yesterday. Today we're gonna blast a team. Which team are we gonna blast? I need a quick answer though. Lace?
Oh my god.
Prediction time. Casters prediction कर रहे हैं.
That's a quick. Okay, Neptune.
I need to go back to me.
I kind of don't want to say anything. Oh my god.
Buriram.
No, I'm just gonna
just gonna go with an Indonesian team. Okay, let's just play it safe here. Let us know in the comments below. We're gonna go in forward because day 2 of Free Fire EWC 26 starts now.
मामला कि वो अच्छा करेंगी. डार्क हॉर्सेस है हमारी इंडियन टीम्स भाई. डार्क हॉर्सेस है अपनी मजाक छट के. Let's go. Countdown begins. Important day ahead. Let's go. और जनता दिन कैसा रहा आपको बताओ यार.
Welcome to our second day of Free Fire at EWC.
How was your day and कितना excited हो भाई आप? मैं तो बहुत excited हूँ यार.
Their sights on the grand finals, but
बहुत
the only obstacle in their way, just 11 of the best teams in the world.
After only 6 games today, we will have the name of our top 4 teams who will qualify directly to Saturday.
But remember, Luti, this is the Esports World Cup, so our eliminated teams, their keys must be crushed. And so the battle at the bottom today, it's going to get spicy. So without any further delay, let's introduce your first 12 teams to the main stage to kick us off, starting with Aurora Gaming.
Aurora Gaming. Oh. 6-7.
Team Apex Gaming.
Oh, let's go Apex fan in the chat. Team India. My hashtag on top.
Your reigning club champions, Team Falcons.
Falcons. कैसे करते हैं ऐसे? Falcons.
AGL.
BOOYAH United Esports.
भाई ये लोग तो अलग ही breed है भाई. Crazy है.
Your defending champions of EWC, Esports.
अरे इंग्लिश समझ नहीं, मैं हूँ ना समझाने के लिए.
Demons.
मैं क्यों हूँ? यार वॉच पार्टी यार, कास्टिंग इतनी नहीं सुननी अपने को. मजे करने भाई, चैट करो, कुछ पूछना है पूछो. यार मजे करेंगे आज अपन. मैं तो EWC की टी-शर्ट पहनी है. कूल है EWC की टी-शर्ट. और अब
Paradox Gaming.
हाँ भाई यूनिवर्सल पोस्ट.
Titan Esports Club.
कुछ ज़्यादा सीरियस है भाई.
Loud Snickers.
अरे मैंने कल व्लॉग देखा था. किसका व्लॉग नहीं, IRL देखा था मैंने. थक भाई का. उसमें लाउड के जो फैन होते वो थक भाई से पूछते कि आप कहाँ पे स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो, कहाँ पे क्या कर रहे हो. लाउड के फैंस बोलते हैं लाउड इज बेस्ट, लाउड विल विन.
Your only goal is to avoid these bottom 2 spots.
Words couldn't be truer. 12 teams enter the Gadia City grid, but only 10 will make it out alive. The stakes just got higher, so it is time to make your move. It is time for day 2 of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
Let's go. मैं इसके अंदर कीज क्रश होने वाले, अगर तुम्हें पता नहीं बता दूं. जो भी टीम बाहर होगी उनकी जो कीज है वो इसके अंदर क्रश होने वाली है. पूरी एकदम तोड़ती जाएगी भाई.
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gadia City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb. well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
The damage comes through, and Loud, all they have to do is just rush forward, and they're completely surrounded from every single angle, and Loud, once again, a booyah!
It might be a loss, they turn it around, and Bobs is the last one standing. It's going to be very difficult, but also Bobs struggling unholy. It might be a loss, and it's going to be MIB a loss, getting the very first booyah of Group B.
Let's go. टोटल गेमिंग कहाँ पे है? जो ग्रुप ए है, ग्रुप ए के अंदर बस इंडियन टीम है, वो एपेक्स गेमिंग है. ग्रुप बी जो है, ग्रुप बी के अंदर हमारी टीजी और एसर्टिबल वो दोनों हैं. उनके मैचेस शाम को होंगे. पहले ग्रुप ए के 6 मैचेस होंगे, उसके बाद उनके 6 मैचेस होंगे शाम को. ऐसा मामला है. शेयर करो यार स्ट्रीम को, जो भी स्ट्रीम को देख रहा है स्ट्रीम को फटाफट से शेयर करो यार. शेयर करो. तभी तो मजा आएगा वॉच पार्टी में. स्टोरी लगा लेता हूं उनको.
Even Dix gets eliminated and James King was the last man standing. And it is going to be MIB a loss, getting the final booyah of Group B's Day 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Free Fire at Esports World Cup 26 here in Paris, France. And you know what day it is? It's day 2 of the group stage, which means that hopes will be crushed and dreams will continue to be built for the survivors.
Oh,
Lucifer,
Lucifer,
but only 10 will move on forward to either the survival stage or the grand finals, depending on their standings. My name is Husky, and I'm joined by Lucifer here with some 6-7 performances from some of these teams, but that's not the spot you want to be in. You want to be in the top 4 because you want to skip the survival stage, which means you skip 10 games.
Exactly. It's going to be very crucial that you get yourself out of this grinder of a survival stage. Well, we say there are 10 games, but then those 10 games are not going to be easy at all because everybody's looking forward to another 4 slots tomorrow. Hopefully they don't go there, they make it out here itself. And especially we've been talking about Group A, which has teams being the toughest ones, the ones who've been the champions, and they walk away into the finals itself. The other teams will have a very big trouble moving into the survival stage.
Yeah, and that's ironically something that a lot of these squads are hoping to happen, right? They are hoping that the heavy hitters, the front runners, make it directly to the grand finals, so it makes the odds for tomorrow better. Usually you don't want to hope for your opponents to win, but in this case, for some of our hopefuls up here, some of our first timers, they want that to be a possibility. They want to increase their chances. And speaking about chances, Gun Dynasty, they're looking good, they're feeling confident, they believe that the hard work will pay off, and I personally believe in that as well. Yesterday's performance was great. Now we need to see them push it through the finishing line.
Yeah, we had this conversation earlier as well, right? Southeast Asia versus Brazil. I think that's where the entire competition right now seems here at Esports World Cup 2026. But Gun Dynasty for Latin America, they're coming out of the mix, out of the blue, and nobody's able to read them. And especially for a player to tell that we're not at all feeling pressure. This is the usual stuff for us day in, day out. That is unbelievable in such a high intense, high octane stage.
Yeah, I can't believe. I think it's like the mental fortitude and just the prep that they had, right? First time stepping onto such a big stage and having such confidence. And why wouldn't you be confident sitting in second place, just behind BOOYAH United Esports, who are at the top, of course, with 3 booyahs and 80 elimination points. But if we take away that 3 booyah, Gun Dynasty isn't that far behind, right? They are only 3 eliminations behind BOOYAH United Esports, followed by HJL, and then our defending champions on 25, which is Evos, Lao Sneakers as well, with 2 booyahs under the bag. Team Falcons catching up in the later stages of Group A.
Apex Gaming.
The top 6 look incredibly strong, but then we see the separation between 6 and 7.
Big difference around the 6 and 7. 58 points is where Aurora right now start off, and that's almost around a 30-point difference. It's not going to be an easy jump up, and that is the reason we've been talking about. Like, yes, at the end of the day, we're going to be going to the Crusher to take away dreams. It could happen for some of them. They have to jump up, and in terms of those dreams, has to be the South Asian teams. That is Titan Esports Club and Demons Pride. They've not at all had a great start. At least for Titan Esports Club, they have eliminations working for them. It's the placement points that they'll start working towards. Maybe there's a move up. They might manage a chance towards the survival stage. I think that is a hit they have to look forward to.
Yeah, you gotta get into the flow state for the next 6 rounds. And we actually, even during some of the team intros we saw, the South Asian teams, right? You can feel the some nervousness, right? There is some tension in the air, and hopefully it breaks when they hop into the lobby. Yesterday was all about getting comfortable, right? Getting the seats warm, and hopefully when you sit back down, you are in the zone. You are feeling, comfortable enough to let yourself go and just play freely. And I think that's the toughest part. People always say that you play the best when you have nothing to lose, when you play freely and have fun, but it's pretty tough when you have so much on the line.
But Ganda Dynasty,
YouTube channel पे
it doesn't seem like they're thinking in that
करो और आ
direction
जाओ
at
watch
all.
party पे
They've
क्योंकि
been
करेंगे हम
completely
मजे
keeping
और
themselves
करेंगे
away
cheer
from that
हमारी
thought process
Indian teams
where
को.
there's a lot to achieve, lot at stake. This is our time on the stage. They are not thinking about that. They're making sure they put the best performance of Free Fire ever seen on the biggest of stages, and they're able to deliver. Sitting at a second spot, 3 eliminations away from the team at the very top, tells you the caliber that they're walking here in Paris and looking forward to their global title. Taking it away from EWC. Yes, got their BOOYAH, but is it going to be enough for them?
And I'm going to take it a step further, Lucifer.
Let's go.
There are 3 points difference in terms of elimination compared to BRU, right?
Yeah.
So the main difference is the placement. Because if BRU have 1 less BOOYAH, Guy Dynasty would already be at the top. And actually it is closer than it is. And if you put that into perspective, it's a very scary thought. You said that, for a team that is on this stage, they play freely with as if there's no pressure at all. For a first timer, that is even more insane. So right now, I think hopping into today's games, the map rotation are going to be slightly different. Yesterday we did have the more Indonesian heavy favorite rotation in the second half, but today we get double purgatory. And you know what that means? Brazil and Thailand are going to be elated, but we'll start it off again with the classic opener of Bermuda. Let's hop into game 1 of Group A
Esports
on
World
day 2.
Cup.
And this is where every team needs to start, especially the ones in the middle order as well as the teams at the bottom. If they don't start making points now, they will not be able to catch up to the race, especially because now the Crusher is in front of everybody. And the map starts off, evening the entire playland into a half.
And even when you look at your screen, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the amount of BOOYAH some of these teams have acquired for themselves. I say some, but 6 BOOYAH split amongst 3 teams. BRU, of course, holding the record, so if we ever get into a tiebreaker situation, they will have that innate advantage. But most Free Fire tournaments, Okay,
wait a minute, guys. Let me correct this.
matches, we didn't have to go down that path because it is separated by eliminations. So those gun power are going to be very...
कहाँ फाइट देने गए? ओके, क्या हो रहा है ये? क्या हो रहा है?
Very important. We see some early skirmishes already. The player
and the map starts off.
So if we ever get into a tiebreaker situation, they will have that innate advantage. But most Free Fire tournaments, Free Fire matches, we didn't have to go down that path because it is separated by eliminations. So those gun power are going to be very, very important. We see some early skirmishes already. The player is getting hyped up. DRS, a team that wants to get out from the bottom, starting off right.
The real soldiers. They look decent. I really like how they played. We were talking about them yesterday when we were sitting backstage and looking at their games. They start off well. They have their one-off games, and they did that yesterday as well. EVOS right now on a team that needs to get to the top spot. That is going to be Falcons. They're firing on them. Eliminations already 3 totaled up. This tells you why they're the champs, why they're the defending ones right here on EWC. But now challenge coming in from Pina. He's already...
So that's their 4th point. Rest Aurora Gaming out of there. June.
Glitch है, कुछ तो glitch है.
The best position to be, but there are reinforcements. That is KD God, the IGL.
Oh, KD God, first elimination. Let's go.
He has to stand with the team today, and he finds the opening.
And you had your opinions about these two teams that both started off good. For DRS, they are like the early round wonders. You need to see more consistency, but for TAG, they need some time to warm up. And I think it's falling into place for now. AGAL finds themselves a basically isolated Axo. So that's their 4th point. Rest for Aurora Gaming out of there. Jun will have to drive along the coastline. But AGAL, we know when they smell blood, they are going to keep on hunting. So we'll check back in that in just a little bit. TEC taking over the compound, and Jazzy able to launch back to safety.
Demon Sprites still haven't found their openings. No eliminations, rather have lost 2 players. A Swab will be finally revived, but KD got on the other end. Doubling DRS. Titan Esports Club versus Demon Sprite. Both these teams are at the bottom. Both of them need points. But in the mix of this, the last player, Jun, gets found, and Aurora are out again.
That was scary. For half a second there, TEC going for the chase. And almost gave away a 1v2. Thankfully, not a reality. Now, Apex Gaming continues to hunt for Pratik. Actually getting the Bison on the KD God. Instantly a recovery there. KD God going down again. Woman getting some magic done here. There is some recovery towards the very end. And thankfully, TAG continues to thrive.
4 eliminations in total. KD God with 2 of his own, and this is what we need being delivered by him. He is the pillar of the team, like we were talking about Mafia from Total Gaming yesterday. KD God does that for this team, and as I said, slowly but steadily they pick up pace, and it seems like they are moving in the direction. Yesterday we did see one of the game where they did find eliminations around the double digits, but it's not going to be enough. Today they have to rake up a lot of points because the difference at the top 4 already sits at triple digits.
Gotta keep up to that, live up to that name, right? If you call yourself KD God, you better rack up some numbers here. Even for Titan Esports Club, they are now currently in 11th place. Last we checked in on them and the overall standing. 4 points already. That is, you know, in all honesty, in a lobby that already started slower than what we saw yesterday, is a good thing, right? My personal prediction is that teams like BRU, they are going to slow down a little bit. They are already in such a comfortable spot. They're not going to be hunting for much. And this is actually a very good opening for teams at the bottom or the middle of the pack to start racking up some points.
Hands down, that's right. This should be an opportunity that the teams in the middle order should pick up points, and that's what Paradox is trying to do. Already found an opening on Team Apex Gaming. Will confirm the elimination. KD God, but quickly being hit upon. That's Shoto putting down Sneaky for his sneaky approach on his captain.
Paradox still having members around. It's going to be windy now. Enrique out in the open. Shoto wins out on that exchange. And Enrique now fully alone, not in sight at all, as Paradox separated on the map. And this is great for Apex Gaming. That's 7 points under the belt.
Looks really good. They're playing together and it's working out. 7 eliminations, as you said. On the other hand, Paradox, depending on their 4 eliminations that they got, they were also confident. But this is how the exchange goes. When the middle order teams finally find their fights, they're not completely sure about the top teams versus their own teams that they're fighting around the points for.
When we go down the food chain, it is going to eventually come down to the placement points, right? Like the longer it takes for teams to get removed from the lobby, the harder it is to back those placement points. Finally, we see the heavy hitters bring the action. Rasha completely ran over by Jonah there. The Valiant dash from the Oscar doing most of the work. Evil's Divine, Evil's Esports in this case. Not really looking for a fight, right? They lost Rasha, and that's what EVOS has been doing, I think, yesterday as well, where they were sending Rasha out on a one-man mission, and he's been holding the fort really well alone as a sniper.
Oh, Sahil, nice one!
Now holding their own Sahil John and Shoto putting down Gun Dynasty. We were thinking about this trouble that might strike Gun Dynasty. Shiva trying to run away. Will that be possible? He's already spotted out. Last man standing right behind the blue wall. Finds an opening, but it's not going to be enough. His numbers are not
nice one.
Team Apex Gaming find another. That's going to be 10 total eliminations for them, and Benel is the last man standing.
And Benel, coincidentally, is also the star of the team as he gallops away to try and find some safety net. Dinoculus used to scout out the journey in front, and for now it is clear. Might run into Takuri if he goes slightly further, but don't have to do so. Vending machine available. GD not
an
out
issue,
just yet.
not
This
a
was
big
something,
issue.
a concern that
Pojino ka
you
area
brought up
khali bhi hai, to shayad se
before
idhar
the
hi
show
land
started,
karenge
right? That
players.
Gun Dynasty, they had a great start. They were really confident, but there's a chance that they drop out of top 4 today, and this might just slowly manifest itself. We check back with them in just a little bit, when Mandara getting absolutely fried in that hut with Limit watching from the side as well. The rest of Falcons about to surround their prey. Mandara with the Trogon, only good on a 1, but no confirmation there as Falcons take him out.
Losing players, Demon Sprite, they need eliminations, they need points. We spoke about this. Titan Esports Club at least picked up, but Falcons on the other end, they know what they want. They want to get to the top 4. They are right now missing on the top of the charts, and that's the reason they're running right now. And they've already spotted top 16 because he's been laying down glue walls. Guerrero troubled a little in the meantime, but I don't think top 16 will have an opportunity. On the other end, Team Apex Gaming.
Wow.
They again re-challenge Paradox and put the entire team out.
And talk about a strong start as we check in the STC replay here. Demon's Pride, unfortunately, is caught in the cross, caught in rotation by Team Falcon. And of course, with the Skylar in hand, in the hands of Limit, it was easy picking Falcons, raking up 10 eliminations, entering the double-digit club. 10 teams remain. We didn't lose Aurora very early on.
Easy
what we
peasy
seen
lobby.
yesterday, Paradox being the recent casualty. DRS still in the lobby, but with only 1 survivor left. Rimnam Village completely taken over by the Falcons as they make their nest here. We can expect a bit of a rotation afterwards because the circle did move to the eastern side of the map.
Eastern
drop your predictions, guys. Drop your predictions of game number 1.
We end up seeing teams here, but Falcon now have another trouble in front of them. The ones who they are sharing the overall rankings with, that's going to be Loud in front of them. Takuri, the last one who is in the deep waters, will also be found and fished out. And with that, DRS are out. But right now, with the bolt maker being called, the fight breaks out between Falcons as well as Loud. Loud Snickers, they want this fight. They want to get back and make sure they stabilize their position. As we said, SCA versus Brazil, they want to make it Brazil. It's not happening. It's a quick exchange with BZP. He manages to confirm on Pina. That's a very crucial opening to taking out the CQC player.
He also spotted the rotation of block shot, so Limit is not going to let it out of sight. Nick's actually fights through with the backstab. Perfectly done, and BCP back up on his feet. Loud Snickers outdoing Falcons. Keroro on the run with the launch pad. BZP not able to find the track. And Falcons escape with their tails between their legs, but not fully clipped yet. Pina was brought back, but Loud Snickers now take control.
What a fight that was to hold it off and BZP to put Limit over there. If he did not find, because Limit was already helping his teammates out with the sniper, and that is the reason taking out bits and pieces of Falcons worked out for Loud. First take down the CQC player and then go for the one in the long range made wonders. AGL on the other end, sneakily, they've been pulling up eliminations for themselves, 7 eliminations, and I think in the top 4 so far that we've seen teams, AGL are the ones who are very consistent, safe and sound, and not troubled by any team so far.
Same as BRU, right? Both of these teams have been chilling a bit. We say that they have been taking it slow, but then when you look at the eliminations, AGL actually has 7 eliminations off screens, and most of it is just picking off stragglers and catching teams in rotation.
Guys, 19, 35 players.
They were able to get those revives in, and this is why we are still have 9 full squads, almost 9 full squads left for Demon's Pride. BRU now making their rotation just past Portugal.
Very good.
A good chance that they run into GD again, who has been giving them some problems yesterday.
Yesterday has been a problem for their own. Hopefully they soon recover. But right now, Demon's Pride, they spot a problem in front of them. That's going to be Loud. Quick run with the boost in the vehicle they took, and they take the compound right next to Demon's Pride. 3 players, Jazzy, Aswab and Madara, they have to figure an approach because Loud have been looking louder than ever here on day 2 for the top 4 spots.
Absolutely. And it seems like Demon's Pride are thinking about standing their ground, but there could be intervention from Evos who are right behind them, just silently watching this go down. We see the UAVs being sent out. And I think Loud Snickers are doing the good move. This is a very classic pincer, right? You surround the compound and suddenly whoever is in those buildings becomes the one that is trapped. DP are starting to feel that pressure.
Yeah, today, I think Gun Dynasty, while they did not feel any of it yesterday, it is about qualifications. It's about keys at stake. It's about making it to the final. And right now, even Titan Esports Club on top of the silo start putting players down, doing the damage, and Evo's helping out over there. Unfortunate, one of the eliminations was stolen away, but they still have the eyes on the Falcons. The verticality has changed. Falcons are on the ground, whereas Titan Esports Club are on the roof right now.
Yesterday we got very generous circles, but I think today things are going to only get worse. Circles right out in the open, right? If you are not good, if you are not comfortable with these CQCs out in the open, if you are slow in the decision making, that's going to be the difference maker. And it's a very good time to put our teams to the test. Who can survive a circle as brutal as this?
Yeah, an open circle, and if you're able to stand your own, especially in game 1 of day 2, that gives you a lot of confidence moving further, and that's what Team Apex Gaming have done. They started off great, but right now they have a challenge. All gamers global want to find an opening. Plethora of drivers being all tuned towards Team Apex Gaming. Flash freeze, nades, but now counter activity coming in from Team Apex Gaming, trying to push down AGAL. Shoto in the forefront, using the dash, wants to find an opening, but AGAL are not giving space.
And they took care of the UAV as well. Medic gun to heal Shoto back up. The tip of the spear for TAG lies in his hands. Barrow's getting flanked out. Almost getting the takedown. That could have made a world of difference here, but AGL in a dangerous spot.
AGL has the opportunity.
That manages to break this fight wide open. TAG down one, second one on the ground. KD gone now. We'll have to dig deep and find something, but AGL will be the one that prevails.
That was brilliant caliber and holding position played out by AGAL. They held that ground even though they were at a disadvantage. At the edge of that peak, they were still holding it off against Team Apex Gaming. Would have had an opportunity.
Well played, well played. Nice game. WTAG in the chat.
Became a disadvantage for them, but right now,
WTAG in the chat होना चाहिए.
we saw already this rotation coming in from Lau, the smartest one.
यार अच्छा गेम था, अच्छा गेम था.
And now they
देखो
have
ना भाई
vision.
कितना 13 eliminations निकाले भाई.
Also being troubled by Loud, and now even Demon Sprite Trap already getting closer. He's already found an opening on a swap. Jazzy, he's also down. Trouble now for Demon Sprite. Last man standing, and the death from Trap. The M79 strikes death for Demon Sprite.
And off-screen Team Falcons also dispatched by BOOYAH, and now they turn their attention over to AGAL. Nameless did get popped early on, but it should be a recovery.
AGAL.
Titan Esports still has Blade around.
AGAL.
And is he sharp enough to cut through the ranks of the Goliaths in front of him out in the open? This is going to be tough. No utilities, 2 glue walls, and only 5 medkits. As BRU will also have to make a break for it. Once more Dory out of this, they exit straight into the line of sight of Loud Snickers and potentially Evos.
This is what should not happen on your day 2 where you're looking forward to qualification. All the top 4 teams are still surviving. Buriram, AGAL, Evos and Loud. It's only Titan Esports Club all the way at the bottom who has the last player standing, and he doesn't have any position in the zone. So a lot of points which could have been acquired for teams for qualification are being missed out. Blade will be spotted, quickly taken down by Cypher, and we come down to the last 4 teams, and all of them are in the top 4.
Wasana takes the nade to the face, but getting top back up by the therapy. The support system always solid there. Get high, getting sniped by Cypher. But BRU focus on Loud Snickers, and that's a fatal mistake. As Loud Snickers and AGAL work hand in hand for the elimination, and now they turn on each other.
AGAL, they are inside the circle. Yosha gets taken down. Cypher wants to put BZP down in the truck. He's not been able to do, but finally that strike coming in from Dew, and Evo's Divine helping out as well. Nyx becomes the last man standing as Evos go out. Cypher has already spotted him, wants to whack him out, but Nyx, he's trying to isolate this fight. He brings it down, players are falling down, and eventually it'll still be AGAL. They had the numbers, and they get their very first BOOYAH.
Very first BOOYAH in the group stage, and even without it, they were in the top 4 spot. So imagine when you give AGAL such a big boon. Fantastic performance. We saw the hold earlier on where they came back from a disadvantage, and it was all because of one minor detail. Barrow surviving in the backline. If you don't break the backbone of AGAL, they will break you instead, and that is exactly what was achieved. Them and Lau unintentionally working together to get rid of BRU, but then AGAL found a perfect engage onto Loud.
Yeah, I think there was an opportunity where Loud, if they had a chance to recover themselves after the fight, being at the edge of the zone, it could have been their BOOYAH as well. They've already pulled so many yesterday. It could have been an added or third today.
Yep.
But AGL's position, we spoke about it, even in a position where they had to climb up the hill against Team Apex Gaming. If that did not work out, we would have seen AGL go out very early on. But they held their own, they held their front there, and it worked out. And now they've gotten their very first BOOYAH here on day 2, especially being at the top 4 hurts the middle order.
Yeah, but there are definitely flowers that need to be given to some of the teams that are in desperate need of points, right? I mean, TEC, TAG, well, they came out strong. DRS as well, right? There's some great stuff happening, but let's listen in to what AGL were talking about leading up to that BOOYAH. Again, another performance from AGL that I think shook the opener of day 2, but I would say, right, this goes back to the potential of our secondary scenario. If this trend continues, then might as well let them go through. Let them go through, and we have some of the teams who are chasing for their qualification to Grand Finals play tomorrow. An extra 10 games, but I guess without these heavy hitters being a big threat, it makes the chances slightly better.
It makes the chances slightly better if you think about the survival stage, but as you looked at the performance right now, the bottom dwellers, the last 2 who were there, even Titan Esports Club and Demon Sprite, they try to make it towards the top 6 teams, meaning they're acquiring placement points, they're getting eliminations, and they're trying to get themselves out of that elimination threat, meaning the middle order, now it's completely dicey. So you don't know who's going to get eliminated, so better be wary. Either you strike towards the top 4, or you don't know if you're going to get eliminated or not.
Yeah, there's always that safety net, I believe, for any Free Fire competition, right? If I can't take that top spot and qualify, the bare minimum, I make it out alive to the next stage. And so if you can't aim for top 4, aim for top 10.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if it's going to be as easy as it sounds or as easy as we make it sound. Because look at Gun Dynasty, they were barely able to get 2 points in this game. That tells you day 1 and day 2 can be completely drastically different. It cannot replicate the same performance, and that's what even AGL, to get their very first BOOYAH, allowed to go out like that, tells you that teams are slowly, strategically planning their championship. They want their trophy, their key put on the shield.
Yeah. What more impressively is how this group was a group of teams that basically they enter the boxing ring and they just start swinging, right? They're just filling their arms, they're trying to get some haymakers in. And then maybe after 6th round of just mindless brawling, they decided, okay, that kind of hurt a little bit. We got to slow down. And the teams that actually made it work are the front runners. AGL, very patient. BRU, very patient. Lao Snickers, very patient. And patience paid off.
Yep. Completely. The top 4 teams surviving till the very last, and also being the last 4 surviving teams, that patience, that holding game off, actually playing as survivors and knowing that they don't have a lot at stake to go out. Whereas Gun Dynasty, something that we were talking about, if they miss their performance today and if Falcons rise up the ranks, they might get pushed down. We already spoke, yes, they have high number of eliminations, but that's not going to cascade and help them out to directly qualify if they don't put up a decent performance today.
Yeah, I would say that they do have a safety net with the points they have, and let's see how much longer they can lay in that bed of roses. We're going to let them lie down and rest for a little bit, as we will be right back with more Free Fire action.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
What an intense opener. AGAL secured the first BOOYAH of the day. We are now back on stage with Mekon, Chita Caroline, and of course, we have Yutsul here. That was exciting, right?
Yes.
What a game, what a match. I mean, what even is that last circle, Yunsul?
That was crazy. That was really intense. Imagine we have 5 teams, very strong teams compete with each other. And lastly, only one survived, which is AGAL. And so incredible. I have been watching them since yesterday until today. And finally, they got their booyah. I was waiting for that for the whole day.
Yes, and what's amazing is that AG actually scored the highest elimination points the other day in one game, and that was the 5th game. They got 19 points. I'm pretty sure they were able to be doing that again today, hopefully. But seeing what we just saw in the first game, I think things are looking quite promising, right?
Yes, from what I can see from yesterday, they have been playing very stable. Even though there's no booyah, but still, as you said, the elimination points was on point, on peak. They were doing so best, and today, finally, after game 1, they got 1 booyah. But still, the first ranking here is Buriram United Esports, which is 149 points for the first ranking. Well, this is our stage hit for the after game 1. Thank you, Conchita, and thank you for your listening. Let's head back to our casters.
Let's go, guys.
Thank you very much to our lovely angels, Yunsu and Conchita. We got a lot more in store here at the Free Fire at EWC 2026. Again, Paris can only get more and more lovely with these actions as we quickly drop into map number 2. And this time we're going to change it up a little bit. We did mention earlier on that the map rotation will be slightly different today. And AJL have started off strong with a booyah. So let's see if they can keep that train going.
It is Solara that we drop down to. And another opportunity for the teams in the middle order as well as at the bottom. And you can already see a quick swap because of how Titan Esports Club played. And we mentioned this. They need placement points. They instantly got it. And now up.
And now they are in a great spot. Yeah, we complete each other's sentences. But I will say that whatever we sort of like set up yesterday is slowly coming true, right? We talked about Demon Sprite needing to come up, and again, taking a fight with Paradox early on. It's Aswap that gets wiped out first. Enrique, we see here, he has great survival instinct from game 1, but top 16 is going to hunt him down. Aswap instantly brought back. TEC now joins the fight. That is a team that we've been watching out for at the start of day 2. Najat in the fray of things. Rahat also coming in, and Blaze slicing through the ranks of Demon Sprite.
Oh no, Aswap in the mid-air has been spotted by Gun Dynasty, and he will be taken down. Demon Sprite are losing players once again. Paradox get eliminated in the mix of this.
Back-to-back
and Paradox, who just got pushed to the bottom 2, will also suffer another loss right at the start of our game 8, match 8.
Talk about kicking them while they are down, and they are out. Paradox, a very unfortunate early exit, completely swarmed by multiple teams in the earlier stage. Whether it's desperation or a change of pace for some of the bottom dwellers, it has been working out in favor of teams like Apex Gaming, Demon Sprite, Titan, DRS. I mean, even for GD, able to pick off a couple of stragglers on their own. But it does come at a cost of teams who are just half a second slower to respond.
DRS want to be the quickest one to respond right now. They did spot AGAL, but they take the fight to Titan Esports Club, and Najad is taken down. And it is the wisest call, I feel, right now, coming in from DRS, and they're making a run for it. Rahat and Blade, they just have the stairs that they are being protected by, but DRS, they are on a charge. They want to go for a hit. Anu was backing off, uses the chrono, and is now safe and sound, but at least this gives away the position of where the players from Titan Esports Club are. But it's only these two. The other players are in the other direction, revived and are healthy.
Pratik is actually getting pressured as well, forced to take the zipline away. Takuri actually getting tagged in the meantime, was brought down. But this was sort of like the demise of Paradox Gaming. A very quick and painless one. At least they take the bottom spot. Aurora still in this game, which is a blessing in disguise if you are a Malaysian team supporter here. But Blade just absolutely popped Rasha. Great shot from afar. Rahat called in for reinforcement. Aurora this time stand their ground and will not be taken out by AGAL in the earlier stages. Jun up the stairs. Cypher barricades himself safely. And Axo with the follow-up. Cypher is out.
He'll be confirmed. It's up to Barros and Dew, who's in his flight mode right now, dropping in air. If he gets spotted out, trouble will strike. And Aurora, they need a game like this. They need a recovery game, and it might happen on Solara, where everybody's forced for a fight. Barros tried to hold his own, but he'll not be able to. At least the revive happened. Therefore, there is still chance for AGL, and they don't have to be worried about. However, Aurora, they needed these 4 crucial 4 eliminations.
The good news for Aurora is that they are not close to the bottom 2. But the bad news is that they technically only have 5 games to play, because game 1 they didn't really get anything done. So the catch-up game, there's a lot more urgency for them compared to the rest of the teams. And one of the teams that is in no rush at all is EVOS. And so far playing on Solara, it's one of the maps that they are slightly more comfortable in. Loud Snickers playing a bit of Stroax, completely found out in the open. And Loud Snickers with their first point.
Loud are playing, I think, a brilliant game so far. Ending up in the top 4, making sure they stay the top 4 way that they are in. And it continues that they make it to the final as well. We've already been seeing their counterparts from Brazil. MIB lost in Fluxo. They're keeping their toes matched up, and I think that's what Loud want to do. And if it's a majority of all the Brazilian teams who made it here to EWC, all going to the finals, there is a big chance for them to walk away with being called the champions.
It's a lot of pressure also, because when we look at, even I want to say from the earlier days until now, you would expect teams from Thailand and Brazil, if they qualify to a tournament, they're expected to all make it to the grand finals. It is quite the weight to shoulder, and especially for Loud, who has been on the big stage, they've missed out. They're not, you know, they don't have 100% attendance, but when they're there, a lot of eyes are on them, right? Yeah. Aside from Fluxo, like Loud is the second team that you sort of want to make it to the finals and give a good match.
Aurora versus EWC, I guess. Yeah. Aurora पहली fight अच्छी जीती है.
That's the reason this challenge happened. However, Jun's lost. That is Rasha coming in.
No way.
Blue is also down. Confirmations. Aurora are losing players one after another. That's Rasha for you. He wants again. He was back in action. Aziel spotted. Aimgod puts him down, and it's the Axel. Can he put the chopping block out of EVOS, or will he be found out? Damage done, Hetzi lost, his position completely compromised. It's just the boulder and the direction that he's running away. I don't see a vending machine to help. No, a team to help out. And Axel will just try and bite time for the time being because EVOS have a distraction.
Yeah, Demon's Pride bailed Aurora out of that. It was a missed opportunity. Aurora had that. Bit of a mechanical error caused them to be in this spot, but again, Demon's Pride, who are also hungry for some points, they ended up being the intervention that Aurora desperately needed in times.
This is what I was talking about. And you see how the bottom teams are now fighting for eliminations. They will go for the top 4 teams are already getting their best.
And that is the best part right now of this lobby. Desperation is a double-edged sword.
Yep.
And he has been empowering some of these teams so far. The risk definitely not as great as the reward. Good ratio there. Even TAG finds himself on the feet. Just a quick reminder at the end of this, 2 teams are gonna have their keys fed into the crusher.
Yeah.
Always a sad sight, because man, such great accessories. But that's the nature, the brutality of the competition. Let's see what this circle brings us, because game 1 was brutal. In game 2, a little bit more tame, but plenty of open areas.
Open right now is going to be a fight between Buriram and EVOS, who just got revived. However, it's only one of the players getting stuck between the lot of Buriram at Eco Drain. And I think he'll be found very soon, but team finding players are tagged. That's Team Apex Gaming. More eliminations coming their way. They're climbing up the ranks, making sure if they have an opportunity, but they need a lot more. They need points closer to 30 in total. Maybe a BOOYAH also needed if they want to run going towards the top 4.
TAG है 8th पे with 59.
The unintentional one
long road ahead.
Gave Aurora time to bring the whole squad back, right? We look at the separation between Falcons and Aurora. It is 14-9 points. Made worse by the fact that Aurora didn't really get to play the first game, so it is a tall task to expect Aurora to catch up and find a tie, but it's good enough to remain in the top 10 and make it to survival stage tomorrow. Looking for a rotation, Loud doing the exact same thing, but they might be beelining straight into Demon's Pride.
Demon's Pride. They just got eliminations from EVOS. They have a compound that they're holding. Looks to be a better game. Loud have just found their one here. AGL in the meantime, they're finding the players of EVOS, and EVOS seemed troubled after they were about to convert on Demon's Pride. Wherever they try to head out, they've been spotted, taken down and eliminated. Abax being chased by AGL, and he will be put to rest as well. And that is EVOS losing their players. One last survivor is Aimgod. Only gets coins now, but where is the vending machine? On one end, there's Buriram. On the other end, AGL. And right in front now, Demon's Pride as well as Loud
Demon's
going
Pride
into the fight.
Loud.
And it's going to be Loud.
Pride on a good start,
and the entire
but
with it,
Loud
gets eliminated.
A full
Demon's Pride to eliminate.
Again, their execution in these quick hits
Aurora Gaming
are so efficient. They make sure that the fight ends within 15 to 20 seconds so that there's time for them to recuperate if the second team does arrive. And it's something that has defined Loud's playstyle in competitive Free Fire. The Wonder Key gets brought back, but that's the most that Aim God could do for the team. And right after that, Axel finds the pickoff. And it's the same situation that EVOS frequently find themselves in, playing the survival game.
As of now, I think that's the mantra for them. They're unable to find a footing to just go for fights, and they've been just chased by teams. Put them down one after another, and DRS wanted to start out strong. The real soldiers using UAV just get a blast of information around, they spot another, and they do destroy. Strox, he is the sniper. He's the one who finds a lot of value, but so far for DRS, at least today's start in game number 1 was decent, and out of that, Solara right now hasn't found much.
And it's a team that is also a first-timer on the EWC stage as well. Finally getting what people say they deserve over their counterpart back in the region. AGAL now facing off against BRU, the same face-off as round 1, but we might find an early ending as Jonah with a good hit on the deal. Cypher pushing forward with support from his teammate Wasana though will win that fight, and this time BRU, they will show AGAL that once is enough. Barros is poking it out of there, but has to go into the blue with no coins at all.
You could see how clever that fight was. They used the Steffi, no throwables that could have been dropped by the side of AGAL. Went in for a 4-forward fight, guns all out, and Buriram had the better of it, and AGAL could do nothing of it. It's just very strategic play coming through. And this is what makes champions. And you mentioned Buriram, they won their cabinet with an EWC trophy, and this could be one of their opportunities.
Yep, it's the final piece of the puzzle. And how poetic it is that the final piece of the puzzle is fitting the key into the black.
But Aurora
It's going to be a lot of stories being completed. I think, again, for BRU, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for that to happen. Alu ends up stepping on a landmine. That should be the end of DRS as Guasha finds Pratik. Point number 7, number 8 for the Brazilians. DRS, they will just have to try and put up a fight, but unfortunately, not enough firepower in this case.
Trap mentioned it's time for Brazil. It's time for Loud to get this trophy, and he is doing it for the team. Playing together, the last man makes a run, but how far can he run? Loud have another challenge. That's going to be Aurora this time. Back and forth. The compound was cleared by Loud. They took Demon Sprite out. DRS came for a challenge. They were pushed out, and now Aurora. Is the story going to be any different? Loud are going to get eliminations after eliminations, and highest so far here in Solara is sitting at 9 in total.
नीचे बैठा है EGL का
Property
player.
value of that compound.
छुपाई पकड़े गए.
With the help of Shoto was able to take out Barros, and that spells the end for AGAL in game 2.
स्टेडियम से आवाज आई जैसे वो एलिमिनेशन निकाला.
Sharu getting chased down. It's Gun Dynasty not really having the best of time, and Pina finds the 3rd point for his team.
One last survivor from Gun Dynasty. That's the only one right now. But on the other end, Aurora. This real estate, as you already mentioned, it is just Loud's. They've written it down, they've cemented it, and it's going to go down ages, at least here on Solara. And they're at the dead center of the circle, so nobody's going to push them out. Maybe the circle itself decides to make a very hard shift, and then Loud would have to change the position.
And even then, wow, they don't have to. But the circle, consistent with what we've requested, at least for today, give Loud a bit of a compound, but most of the safe zone is out in the open. Dinoc is scanned now, so someone knows that Loud is in that compound with 12 eliminations to boot. BRU should show up on the radar any time now. I believe the Dinoculus, it's a good chance it came from EVOS or even TAG, who are now making their appearance. Can Loud hold back the 3rd wave of challenges?
Team Apex Gaming, they need these points more than Loud. The challenge has to be very critical on the hit. DRS were in the same compound, but Loud were able to turn it around. And yes, a little active in terms of their approach, going a little ham against Loud while there were landmines all across. And even right now, a Gatling gun being placed, the middle turret could be trouble. Riptide Rhythm on the other end coming in from Falcons to break the defenses of Buriram. Spotted out in the open was Jonah. He backs off with his teammates, making sure this fight instantly doesn't replicate to elimination on either end.
अपने को कोई टच नहीं करना चाहिए.
Gaming a lot more patient. Something that I think is going to be the main difference maker between what we saw from Aurora, right? Well, a lot more in your face. Wanted to make more moves. Falcons also starting to feel a bit of planting themselves on the low ground as Ray out in the open will be picked up by Guaksha. So that's the 13th point for Loud Snickers. But the rest of EVOS, even if they get through Loud, they still have to do a DRS. Apex, what was that?
That was a big surprise. Nobody expected him to be behind enemy lines. And Rasha being the distraction. And he's still fighting. Abax
guys, मेरे को ना एकदम धक-धक हो रहा है यार.
They instantly put glue walls and
मेरे को
install
एकदम
that at
धक-धक
least for the
हो
time
रहा है.
being. Abax, can he find more? Rasha on the other end. These two players on two different directions trying to corner a team, and Rasha spots Falcons. Damage being done. Finds the knock. Can he find a confirmation? No, again, glue walls being blocked on any approach coming in from EVOS.
And Rasha himself, 6 out of the 7 eliminations this game for his team. Him and Apex completely separated, and Trap will take care of his teammate. The Wonder Kid left to his own devices, and now the circle closes in. Even La will have to start evicting the compound. Riptide Rhythm goes absolutely wide there from TAG. So Falcons not really threatened, and they have such a good spot perched up on this boulder.
It looked like it was going to be Loud earlier, but right as now, as you mentioned, yes, it is Falcons. They have the best position to hold every team off. The circle's about to close in the next 10 seconds. And also it's shifting. Teams better be ready for this. Wolverine gets taken down by Moshi. A very small, slight angle where he found Wolverine down, but I think it should be an instant recovery. Not much to be worried about. But Team Apex Gaming...
बुरीराम पे Falcon और TAG दोनों फायर कर रही है, लेकिन बुरीराम का launch pad...
decide to go challenge and get closer. Falcons trying to hit shots, but none of them connect. And Burirang make it safely.
And the result between BRU and TAG comes down to how much can Falcons change the course of this battle. The glue wall from BRU will give them some space to work with. Wasana being given one more glue wall as he ran out of resources. But BRU decides that they can't bomb rush. In fact, it's TAG that responds onto Falcons. Rorschach gets freed up, and now he books it for the building where Loud and DRS are perched at.
10 eliminations के आसपास हो गए अपने मामला हो गया 10 eliminations
BRU now arrives on top of the roof. The reposition enabled by the chaos. BRU now in prime spot.
However, Loud are taking away those eliminations, stealing it away.
Damage being done by easy rotation. Might be easy rotation, might be. थोड़ा सा आराम से हाँ बढ़िया
very compromised position. So is Keroro from Falcons. How
Jonathan क्या हुआ क्या देखने
drastically this fight changed from
पूरे ग्रेनेड से क्या बच्चा है तेजी Falcon पे रश कर रही है nice Shoto
and Shoto finds it. And right now we have the best 5 teams looking forward to points. Falcons are out of
और
the
बाकी और मामला बाकी है ठीक है ना और मामला बाकी है और मामला बाकी है ठीक है ना शांति से सब शांति से इनको धक्का मुक्की नहीं करेगा
eliminated down to top 4 and TAG ever so close, and so far they will be unbothered. Just for an instant, as DRS is going to be the one that faces resistance. Lau, attention.
Loud जाओ बुरीराम पे जाओ Loud.
Jonah, BRU under pressure. Wasana responds from long range. They need to keep Jonah alive, and Jonah is the anchor that cannot break. But Lau is putting on immense pressure by just rushing in. Alu gets taken now off screen by Trap, and BRU able to retreat to a safe space. TAG now needs to catch up.
Just like how out in the open Buriram made their rotation, even Loud
managed to ठाकुर ही बचा अकेला शायद DRS से हाँ ठाकुर अकेला है ठाकुर नीचे से फंस जाएगा
Team Apex Gaming in the meantime, just because Loud decided to rotate out
पूरे ठाकुर गया
they have an
3 teams 12 players
Jonah finds Thakuri, the last one
it's
to
time
DRS, and now Team Apex Gaming have an opportunity because
Loud
and Buriram are close together. However, Get High, he is shooting the players of Team Apex Gaming and not letting them slide down the hill.
This is the final lap for Apex Gaming, and hold my hand, Lucifer, because we might be witnessing history here.
Yes, we are witnessing history. Yes, we are.
Still, with the full squad left alive, but Team Apex Gaming have the high ground. They have couple of moments, couple of instances where the blue zone will make the difference, and TAG, they are in such a prime position to get this pick-off.
Loud. They decided to make a rotation earlier than Buriram.
सारी शक्तियां लगा दो guys, सारी शक्तियां लगा दो.
Because the zone's closing in. Glue walls.
Nice one, KD, nice one.
God finds the opening.
Revive हो गया.
Can they do it here?
मारते रहो.
TAG.
बुरीराम को आने मत देना. बुरीराम को देखो. बुरीराम को साइड
The better they are for him, and Lau.
अरे Loud आगे थोड़ा आगे Loud के पास कवर बढ़िया Loud के पास बुरीराम उनको दिक्कत पहुंचा सकते हैं हाँ बुरीराम के पास एक पेड़ है ग्लू वॉल्स है ऐसा ऐसे बुरीराम TAG पे रश करेगी I guess स्काइलर सारे नीचे की तरफ से बुरीराम को दिक्कत हो सकती है हो रही है दिक्कत डिफेंड अच्छा है भाई बुरीराम भी नाइस होल्ड अभी रिंगा रोज होने वाला है KD गॉड यार लव यू यार KD लव यू
Team Apex Gaming are also assisted by Loud. Loud are taking away the eliminations, and Team Apex
कोई बात नहीं, ले लो एलिमिनेशन, ले लो.
This is looking good. TAG have a chance. Jonah been pressured by
Last 4v4 guys, last 4v4. Come on, come on TAG. Come on TAG.
Here against Lao PZP.
Come on. Come on.
Can they find a conversion?
नहीं साहिल नहीं. Nice one Shoto. KD nice one. KD nice one. KD nice one.
Makes history and gets the first
Go.
Booyah on the world stage.
This is a very big booyah for Team Apex Gaming. We spoke about their comeback. They start slow, but they make it happen. And especially to do it at Esports World Cup 2026 Paris, the biggest of stages. And Team Apex Gaming make a big booyah.
Yesterday we talked about this. Dreams come true one step at a time. And I'm glad we held hands for this moment. What an achievement it is for the region. They needed some time to warm up.
Bacardi
Once those
bhai.
seats are warm, TAG entered the full state. And with impeccable execution in the final struggle, they took advantage of all these openings given to them. Openings that are very minor, that cannot be missed.
Yes,
but
we are here, global stage. Yes, we are here.
We spoke about this, right? Prime position, real estate, all of it. One after another, every team wanted it. Loud started it off, Buriram went for it, and then finally Team Apex Gaming found the very best spot. Falcons, this is why we were talking about it. They were the ones who should have been a booyah here, but they messed up in their movement, and it was Team Apex Gaming took that same position away from Falcons, took the last player down, and they get this booyah, and thankfully, they managed to do it in such a manner where they were ahead of the zone, up the hill, and this time they get it.
Incredible stuff here. You can really hear the passion radiate. The crowd, they were feeling it. They knew that once we got into the top 6, TAG is a prime candidate for that booyah. And this is what the Esports World Cup is all about, man. Unpredictability.
देखने दो भाई, अभी मैं थोड़ा stress free होके देखूंगा भाई.
Final sequence, TAG. I could rewatch this all day.
All day, all long. Brilliantly played out.
Yes,
they tried to pick an opening, but it
इसको
did
तो
not
मैं
work out
loop
as
पे
brilliant
चलाऊंगा
as they
भाई,
wanted.
loop पे.
Holding it
छोटो
off,
यार.
KD got Sayajat.
KD भाई,
Shoto,
love you भाई.
the big man.
Sahil love you, we will love you, सबको love you.
And yes, as I said, this is a very big thing for them and the whole of India to look at.
They are going to be incredibly proud, but we're going to let these teams again prep for the upcoming games. And for now, we're going to hand it over to Carol on the stage as she has something for us.
Hello everyone, I'm Carol Bombshell and we are back on stage and I'm happy to have this company here by my side, Nameless from AGL team. Thanks so much for your time. And yesterday we noticed that you guys got so close so many times to get a booyah, but unfortunately you didn't.
Water drinking time, guys.
Happily you
nervous
guys
match था.
managed. How did it feel to get your first booyah in the competition?
ก็เมื่อวานนะครับแบบว่าหลายครั้งเหลือเกินที่เราเกือบจะได้บูย่าเนี่ยแต่ว่าไม่ได้สักทีนะฮะแต่ว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเราได้ปลดล็อกที่ได้บูย่าแรกแล้วเนี่ยฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ครับก็รู้สึกปลดล็อกครับแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าทีมพวกผมพร้อมแล้วครับที่จะเป็นแชมป์
Yeah, I feel like we have already unlocked something and I think we are ready to become the champion of this tournament.
I like your confidence. That's definitely the way to talk. Okay, so after finishing last year in the 5th place and in the 30 in the global finals, you are getting closer to win an international tournament. And of course, together with your whole team, does it feel like this is the moment to get over the line?
ก็ในปีที่แล้วนะฮะเราได้จบไปทั้งที่อันดับที่5นะฮะแล้วก็อันดับที่3นะครับใน global tournament นะฮะในปีนี้เนี่ยเราขยับเข้ามาอีกขั้นหนึ่งแล้วที่จะได้เป็นแชมเปี้ยนนะฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกว่าปีที่แล้วทีมนี้ไม่มีผมครับปีนี้มีแล้วน่าจะเป็นแชมป์ได้ครับ
Yeah, I think like because last year he not in the team yet, but this year he's here already, so everything should be fine now.
Okay, are you sure? All right, I trust you. Okay, so there is really some tough teams in the way, of course. Buriram, Fluxo, MBR Lows, all look very strong. Who do you think is the biggest competitor right now?
ก็ตอนนี้นะครับมีหลายทีมเลยที่บอกว่าเป็นตัวเต็งนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็น MIDR นะฮะแล้วก็อีกหลายๆทีมครับคิดว่าตอนนี้ทีมไหนเป็นตัวที่เป็นคู่แข่งที่น่าจับตามองมากที่สุดครับ
น่าจะเป็นฟุกโซแล้วก็เราครับ
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Fluxo and Laos, which is like the most competitive team.
Only Brazilian teams?
It's a real feeling.
Okay, I like your answer. Thanks so much for the interview. Good luck in the next matches and the rest of the day. And that's it. You heard from Nameless from AGL team. And I'm back with you guys at the studio.
Nice game, guys. How do you feel, guys? How's the emotions? Guys, am I lucky to Indian teams, guys? मैं कर लूँगा सारे matches. लगता है मुझे करने पड़ेंगे. थोड़ा सा lucky हूँ मैं. ऐसा लग रहा है.
At this year's Esports World Cup, we're bringing you all the games you love, all the coverage you crave. And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind-the-scenes broadcast.
And he absolutely destroys him.
I don't think he ever saw that coming. That was incredible.
This means you're getting the real coverage.
I think that was
with raw opinions.
I'm just gonna have to say it. I think they have their heads up right now.
They're just
absolutely.
Yes, from broadcasters who don't even know they're being recorded. They don't know they're being recorded?
Oh, what are you mean? That is insane.
Mute करो भाई ने. हाँ, अब बताओ guys chat. मैच कैसा लगा guys? मैच कैसा लगा बताओ. मैच कैसा लगा guys? Okay, आ गए casters आ गए अपने. Hosts are here, guys.
With the BOOYAH, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see them play because even the set Lucifer did mention that they have a slow start and then they move up, but also the last two games they plummeted. So hopefully there's a different story right now. Starting off in game number 2 with that BOOYAH, and it's good elimination as well coming from them. It was almost the same story earlier where they could have taken a higher spot, especially in game 1, but it's just unfortunate that so the story is AGL as well as Team Apex Gaming, they scan each other with the binoculars. So AGL was just waiting for them to rush in, and the moment they did, they got annihilated. Brimmer almost got them as well, but it's a good thing that on game number 2, Team Apex Gaming managed to recover.
Yeah, but always, I have to appreciate how Loud is also doing so well in the first. I mean, that last circle was amazing. Yes, they were in a bit of a compromising situation. They got lower ground, but they managed to make it work. And I mean, getting that points, 19 elimination points, and then previously 14 elimination points. This is the consistency that we need, and of course, we expected from a Brazilian team.
And while we were talking about Loud, one of the things that we were mentioning too, that we especially were talking about, Neptune, is their positioning, right? Yesterday, at one point, it looked like they were just getting gifted, but you can't say gifted when this squad is continuing to just be consistent in their location and their placement during those circles.
Yeah, most of the time they go and choose the middle of the map. That's where they get information, and not everyone is following that path. So pretty much they are in a safe spot already once everyone is in position, or as soon as the next phase covers the following one, that's where they will be able to rotate onto the edge of that circle. So it's a good strategy for Loud Stickers right now, but I think even Booyah United in game number 2 tried to do the same thing. They went in the south, and that's when they met AJL and take them down.
अब देखो भाई बोल रहे हैं पैसिव खेल रहे हैं 16 एलिमिनेशन के साथ बूया निकाला है
battle between was it Tag against Buriram. Buriram was trying to do something at the very last minute, but unfortunately they were the one who got wiped out instead, and that was actually kind of shocking to me because Buriram United Esports, we all knew day one they were amazing, they were super aggressive, they set a good tone, but something went wrong today. I haven't seen the same Buriram that I saw the other day.
रोटेशन बढ़िया थी पता है रोटेशन बहुत बढ़िया थी भाई
I was expecting this. Most of the time, like we have a three-way battle, especially of this. We're expecting a ring around the Rosie, but I guess they didn't find Rosie at that point, and they met against each other. And Tag was just on that high ground, took down Booyah United together with Loud. And
Animation बहुत
great
shield भी है पता है
has been done.
Loud के पास 19 नहीं होते
Tag who initiated it.
से लगभग 3 एलिमिनेशन जो बूयराम के थे वो निकाले हैं Loud वालों ने
but Team Apex Gaming was just Apex Predator on that final 4v4.
They were literally all over the place, up and down. The movement was very dynamic, very amazing, very impressed.
And for Buriram, I kind of want to go back to that one because this squad, maybe they set too much of an expectation yesterday, would you say, Conchita? Because they did end up getting 3 Booyahs yesterday. I don't think any of us expects them to do that again today.
Yeah, well, again, it's not just yesterday, but it's Buriram United Esports because we all know that they are capable of doing so, and they do come here with a lot of, preparation and vengeance and redemption. So it's not just that we set up a high expectation. We know they can exceed even the expectation that we give them. That is why today I'm actually not feeling it yet for Buriram United Esports. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I think they could do so much better.
I'll have to find out though, because so far the signature is to show them what they have, but be a threat on the board. And Buriram United, like yesterday was just a Booyah. Now it's just the numbers, elimination. So 17 elimination in the first game, 18 elimination in the second game, despite of not getting that Booyah, total points rather, 10 elimination in the second game. Despite of not getting Booyah, they're still in that number 1. But again, some teams are creeping in slowly, and they're making way on what Buriram United managed to pull off, studying their opponents and then bringing them down.
Yeah, especially with what we've been talking in regards to the gaps. If you're just tuning in, if this is for some reason the first time you're watching Free Fire at EWC 26, let me just remind you what's going to happen after these matches are done for Group A. The top 4 will be moving on to the grand finals. And let's take a look at those top 4, because right now EVOS is that cutoff point. You can see 139 points. They do have a healthy gap there to Gun Dynasty, Team Falcons as well. This is one team that I think we were expecting to step it up in the second half, especially coming up soon. Maybe that will be the turnaround for that squad, because they do need to make up points.
Yes, but I don't think 5 points is that healthy, actually, especially with the rest of the game that we have. I'm just not sure that this is quite safe yet for EFOS, so they still have to try somehow to be more consistent, at least in getting those points. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, look at that. Century mark in terms of elimination for Buriram United as well. And a lot of teams are trying to do the same thing. They're trying to follow the path that BRU has been playing, but it is difficult right now. Most of them are just playing it with placement point, positioning wise, but BRU just understand what they need to do right now. They are countering. They're going against the flow.
Yeah, but it's also getting ridiculously dangerous for Paradox Gaming. I mean, let's take a look at that. 48 points. They fell behind Titan Esports Club in just 2 games today.
I mean, there's one thing about Paradox Gaming. Hopefully they let go of the aggressive reign, because I think that's where they're failing. Back in the regionals, they're the most aggressive team out of Africa. Now they are, that's going against them. Like, your aggression, especially with teams who have all eyes on you, then you will be the target in most instances. So they just tone it down a little bit, play with placement, and then towards the end, if you get that Booyah or close it, then that's where you'll have that confidence to get all those eliminations.
It's so close too, and those teams towards the bottom, I mean, we just saw what Tag was able to do before this performance. Yes, they have had some good performances, but they were still there within distance of those teams towards the bottom. The last 2 will be end up getting their keys crushed here at Free Fire at EWC 26. Now, can they possibly get a Booyah? That's what we're gonna be looking at, especially those teams towards the bottom, because they got absolutely nothing to lose. They know what's at stake, Conchita. Either they get a Booyah, or they go home.
But one thing that I do realize today is something has shifted between all of the teams that are playing in the A group. Yesterday, it was all about aggressiveness. It was all about showing up, showing strength. But today, they are playing it a little bit more strategically. They are trying to be more consistent in terms of collecting elimination points instead of just, showing up with a bang.
You gotta get those elimination points.
Yeah.
You wanna get that booyah. That's just what we're after. I mean, yesterday we even had a competition in regards to those booyahs. And we've been seeing the comments that you guys have been posting on social media. You guys actually heard us use that hashtag EWC. And if I'm not mistaken, we might be featuring some of your guys' stuff right now. I mean, trick to see what which teams are gonna be biased towards. We're totally not biased whatsoever here on the desk.
So not. We're supporting everyone.
It's not like we want all the top teams to continue to do great and take that performance. But you can see it right there towards the bottom. X-Tunin says Trap is the best bomber in the world, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though, because there's a lot of bombers being in here. And this is something that we were talking in the background as well. Though there are a lot of chances of the M79 grenade launcher to be used, not a lot of them are pulling it off. And not even every team is putting in the Steffi to prevent all those grenades. So I hope that we see those great bombers right now being capitalized, because there's not so much of going against them.
It wasn't just Lucifer having the confidence in tag. The fans are out there with the confidence as well, whether tag will qualify, which by the way, right now they're looking like they will be qualifying to survival unless they continue to have some more booyahs. Then maybe we have a different narrative here. They will play like beasts today.
But I so agree, because then again, this is the Esports World Cup. Of course, we have to play our best. We have to give the best mentality, the best performance. That is what we expect and nothing less. So yeah, that's exactly what we want from each and every single one of the team that is competing today.
I love this prediction there towards the bottom. HEAL, Loud, or Evos. They didn't want to pick one. They're like, you know what? Let's throw 3 of the best teams out there and see which one actually ends up winning the championship. And I don't blame it, because right now there's so many teams being able to step up. We're looking at Demon's Pride on the screen. I know Pakistani fans were expecting a lot more out of this squad. That is the champions from Pakistan. Can they possibly do it? That is the big question mark. What are we going to be looking for them to do different? I know we've been talking about the playing styles that we've been seeing out of their squads, maybe playing a little bit too passive, maybe being a little bit too aggressive. Neptune, what are you looking for Demon's Pride to do?
Well, we know that for Demon's Pride in their region, they can be aggressive. They can be tactical as well. But again, there's a lot of teams who has read that already, who has been like years ahead of them. So Demon's Pride just needs to stay in the edge right now. Use all the utilities that they have, especially those binocular skills. If they want to get a safe spot into the next phase or each phase of the circle, use those R-funds, use those binocular scans, so that at least you'll have a clear view of whether you're heading into danger or just in a safe spot. But that's only that. Not only that, there's also those launch pad that is available depending on the map or which map we're playing in. If I'm not mistaken, the next map would be in Kalahari. So this is where those hook guns will be important. Their entry and exit would be much quicker compared to just walking around or running around.
Now, one of the teams that Demon's Pride is currently hunting down is none other than Titan Esports Club.
Yep.
Conchita, what do they need to do to make sure they don't get hunted down and end up on those bottom 2?
Of course. I mean, the trend that we've been seeing, not just from today, but the match day yesterday, is that you don't actually have to secure a booyah. You can just consistently earn placement points, that elimination points. So I think that should be the objective that Titan Esports Club is focusing right now, instead of trying to, get into a fight, a huge fight with any other team. Just try to make it more safe, more strategic, because I think if we're comparing skills and individuals, they do have what it takes to endure the game.
What it takes to be here.
Exactly. I mean, Titan Esports Club, I think they need Blade to be as sharp as ever. It needs to be...
Wait. Just gonna take a second. Can we please go back to that player? Because he was just relaxing. He was in the mood. If I'm not mistaken, that was AJAL. And they were saying that now, after the performances that they saw, they're looking to be the champions. They're they're feeling that confidence, and boy, are they. Sorry, Ned, we had to point that out. Now you can go back to it.
It's just chilling like a villain right there. Anyways, getting back to the point, I mean, Blade needs to be as sharp as ever. Get all those eliminations in, get that information on those rush.
Game,
but again, it's not those careless rush. They need to be strategic. Kalahari is one of those wherein they can capitalize on their snipers to find their position first. But again, it's one thing it's a good thing that we are now on day 2 because they can review what happened in day number 1, especially in this map of Kalahari. And well, despite not having that much of a gameplay in specific maps, at least they have a general idea of where the other teams are dropping or rotating.
Let's take a look at the overall once again, just to make sure everybody's aware of what's happening right now. Gun Dynasty, I feel like today we really haven't seen the Gun Dynasty that we saw yesterday.
True, because not only they haven't secured a BOOYAH, but the points that they keep on getting the other day, that is something that we haven't seen today. I think that is exactly the problem with the way that the other teams are playing. They're no more showing aggressiveness. They are playing it more smartly, and I think that kind of messed with Gun Dynasty's plan and strategy. So it's time for them to adapt now, because actually they were one of the teams that were very disruptive the other day. Now they are the ones who has to follow the rules, quote unquote.
Yeah, exactly. I think the day number 1 they had that element of surprise.
Yeah.
Gun Dynasty just brought in the big gun dynasty. Ooh.
See what you did there?
Yeah. Well, this is uncle in me. But anyways, going back. So they have that element of surprise. They were not caught off guard from yesterday. They have a lot of potential of elimination. But now, give these teams a day's rest. A day's chance of studying your opponent. And this is what you have. Like, look at Gun Dynasty. They only got, what, 4 or 2 points out of game number 1, and then only 6 points on game number 2. It's not looking good for them, but it's a good thing that they managed to stack it up from yesterday.
And right now, with the team being in 5th place, they are about 15 points away from Evos. Evos did start off good in regards to some of the placements, but we haven't really seen the BOOYAH out of Evos at any point. Remember, these are the defending champions of EWC, especially for Free Fire. Can the pressure end up getting to Evos?
I think there's a possibility that, yes, the pressure is on. They are feeling it right now, because just the other day I had a conversation with some of the casters, and they do tell me that I think it's going to be very difficult for EVOS this time, just looking at how they're doing at the regional, how this year has been for them. But deep inside, I do believe that they know exactly what they're getting themselves into. I mean, we can actually see the maturity coming from some of the players, especially Russia. We saw how he did that one-man show thing, right, at the previous game. He handled that really well. We didn't see him as a teenager. We saw him as a veteran that is just know exactly what to do and can handle any situation. So hopefully, if we're talking about pressure as the reigning champion, they should have had that nailed down.
But then again, I mean, if they're just reliant on Russia just ending it, that will be the situation over and over again. He's the last man standing. The rest of the squad will just be waiting to be revived if they can be revived. And that is getting tougher and tougher. One good story, though, for EWC is after that game number 2 from yesterday, they are getting double-digit points, rather, all throughout up until today. So that's the trajectory as well as the consistency that we're looking for. BOOYAH will capital them a little bit higher to make them secure the top 4.
And for Team Falcons, you got to remember, for Team Falcons, they're currently in contention not just to be able to be the champions of Free Fire at the EWC 26, they're also in contention for the club championship. So they want to be able to get those points. They have won in the past here for Free Fire. Which team, which player from Falcons would you like to see step up in this last matches for Group A?
Limited 7. Limited 7 is one of the best snipers that we have in Southeast Asia. Team Falcons has been using him as a threshold when it comes to snipers, but it seems like he is being hampered right now. Again, this current meta is a meta of the snipers. The current update is the update for the snipers, and even Limited 7 is not stepping up. Only the rest, only the other teams are the ones who's stepping up. So I don't know what strategy is in there, and we're not even seeing him in those close quarter combat. So hopefully he'll be able to step up, lead the squad, because we know the frontliners will be able to cover him.
Yeah, for Falcons, I mean, we saw players yesterday being able to step up, and I'm hearing that we actually have an interview with the Falcons, so let's see what they had to say earlier in the day.
Hello everyone, right next to me is On Fire from Team Falcons, and I also have Kay for our Thai translator as well. Alright, hello On Fire. So this is our second day, and I think it's going to be very pressure for Team Falcons because you guys must get into top 4. Have you guys prepared for anything?
ก็วันนี้นะถือว่าเป็นการแข่งวันที่2แล้วนะฮะแล้วก็ค่อนข้างเป็นการแข่งที่เป็นวันที่ค่อนข้างกดดันเป็นอย่างมากสำหรับทีมฟาลคอนนะเนื่องจากว่าฟาลคอนจะต้องขึ้นไปถึงท็อป4ให้ได้นะฮะได้เตรียมตัวยังไงมาบ้างครับ
ก็เล่นไล่ยิงแบบวันแรกแล้วไม่ได้กดดันเท่าไหร่ครับ
Actually, there's not that much pressure for us. Like we're gonna play like the same as we played yesterday on the first day, so we're gonna go hunt everyone down one by one.
Okay, I understand his perspective, but overall, yesterday, we can see a lot of changes in the roster. So what happened? Are you guys trying to test as much as you guys can during the tournament so you guys can do your best at the finals day?
ก็เข้าใจนะฮะว่าต้องการจะทำอะไรสักอย่างเมื่อวานนะแต่ว่าเห็นเนื่องจากว่าเมื่อวานมีการแข่งขันค่อนข้างเยอะเลยอยากจะทราบว่าทีมเขาต้องการจะทดสอบอะไรบางอย่างหรือเปล่าฮะหรือว่ามีแผนอะไรอยู่ในใจไหม
ก็ไม่มีนะแค่บางคนยังน้องในทีมบางคนยังกดดันเล่นไม่ได้ก็เลยปรับเปลี่ยนกัน
Actually, like it's just like some of the players in our team like are not get used to the playing on the stage yet, so it's like it's a bit of pressure to that player. So, but everything gonna be fine.
Oh, okay, I understand. Okay, so one more question On Fire. I heard this will be your last season in EWC 26, but also in Free Fire. I'm not sure, so I'm asking. So, do you feel any pressure, or do you feel happy when you're here in Paris?
ก็อย่างที่ทราบกันนะฮะว่าปีนี้เนี่ยจะเป็นปีสุดท้ายของฟรีไฟร์อาจจะหรือเปล่าก็ไม่มีใครทราบนะฮะแต่ว่าอยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับผมก็ก็อย่างที่ทราบกันหลายคนทราบกันนะฮะว่าปีนี้จะเป็นปีสุดท้ายแล้วของฟรีไฟร์หรือเปล่าก็ไม่มีใครทราบได้นะครับเราเลยอยากถามน้องออนไฟร์ว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับไม่รู้ว่าจะมีอีกหรือเปล่า
Well, as we have no idea, like no clue at all what's gonna happen to the Free Fire, we're gonna be here next year or not in EWC, but we're gonna try our best.
All right, thank you so much On Fire, and I'm really hoping that you guys can rock back today because yesterday was not kind of smooth for us, but who knows today they can jump back really fast. Thank you On Fire and sending a lot of lucks to Team Falcons today, and thank you to Kay as well. Thank you for your listening, and now let's go around, shall we?
I like that for us. Okay, we're not biased at all. We're just a little bit biased sometimes.
See, I'm not the only one.
You're not the only
one.
We're
not the only one.
Yeah. Well, I think it's time to see if Falcons maybe is gonna end up getting a booyah. Let's send it over to Lucifer and Husky.
Lucifer. Team Apex Gaming, after getting their booyah back home, their fans.
Let's go.
Feel like this dream which was surreal is now come into play, come into action, and now that will rally everybody to look forward to making it to the finals. And with that, we start our match 9 here at Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. And it looks like Group A, which was supposed to be the group of death, is also becoming a little bit of a comeback for some of the teams to get out of the chopping block.
There might be still some big separations between 6th and 7th spot. Falcons still being the gatekeeper there, but Team Apex Gaming has proven that those booyahs, they make a lot of difference. They shoot up to the 7th spot. But when we look at some individual stats, the Wonder Kid Rasha still tops the chart with the most elimination at 36, Trap and Cypher sharing 33 apiece, which means that these key players are always going to be the biggest difference makers, like what we've seen in the first 2 games. But now we head into Kalahari, and I'm looking at one team to take it back home, and I hope that that is going to be EVOS.
You hope for EVOS, the fans hope for their favorite teams as a fight breaks out.
Demon's Pride.
Demon's Pride, they're still at the chopping block. They've not made their move. Paradox also the ones, and it seems like Enrique is in trouble.
A bit of a tap dance there, Enrique. Still heading up for safety. Paradox. Are there any resistance? Jazzy has been has already chased down Enrique. So first blood achieved by Demon's Pride. Paradox with the instant revive. Madara with the chase down 2. That's sneaky gone. 2 for Demon's Pride, but finally some clapback.
But it's not a pick, it was just a knock, and therefore Demon's Pride will still be happy. They'll be getting 3 eliminations at the end of this fight at Foundation, but there's more that they have to pick up in case they don't want to be eliminated. Those keys are dreams to a lot. And coming out from Pakistan, just one dream is theirs: to stay alive, go to the survival stage, and it's not going to be easy because now in front of them there's Loud. And Trap is the second best in the highest eliminations just after Russia. So it's going to be even more tougher. However, his teammates are not close by.
I mean, as we get closer to the halfway point of Group A, things starting to feel a lot more surreal by the second. Especially like you said, the dreams, right? These dreams come at the cost of someone else's. EVOS, despite having more of a tougher game too, we did hear what Conchita said. The survival instinct of the Wonder Kid kept them alive for longer than they should have. Just, you know, humanly possible trap with the pickup of the Madara, and even of TAG that had a BOOYAH in the last game. Woke something up in Aurora, who wants to follow in their footsteps. This KD god that gets chased down. Suez on the case. And a full wipeout here, TAG, from riches to rags.
This is not the result they would have expected after getting a BOOYAH instant wipeout, but Aurora also needs something to say for their fans. Out of Malaysia, it's not an easy run that they've had. They've not made it to many of these stages, and finally coming out, they want to make a wave, and they do it. Maybe Kalahari, even Neptune mentioned, the hook comes coming in, the game is going to be faster, the sniper's going to try and battle it out, and the CQC, it'll be undefendable.
When we last checked in on the overall ranking, Gun Dynasty pushed out a top 4. Currently sitting in 5th spot. First 2 games hasn't been kind, and it seems like it will only get worse. As Benel hasn't really found anything. Same for Vegas. And in front of them is BRU, the worst possible entity to go up against in this case. AGAL dispatches of Paradox Gaming's members.
Sneaky, he's also been spotted. It's going to be trouble. He's the last one. Is he close to the vending machine? He's making a run for it. I'm not sure how many coins he has. There you go. He has 1,100. So he should be able to bring back some of his teammates. But you can see AGAL, they're already a run. They do not want to let Sneaky survive. And Sneaky is just running across the compounds to figure out if he can dabble around, confuse the opponents. But it doesn't seem like it's happening. And very soon he will be found and Paradox will be put to an end.
And that's already 3 teams removed from the lobby. And just at the timing of 4 minutes, Lau gets a full revive here, courtesy of Trap. Falcons actually running into Aurora as well, who earlier on got the wipeout. The previous BOOYAH team, which was Team Apex Gaming. And I mean, for Aurora, on a good day, the only thing that holds them back is that recklessness, right? That bloodlust sometimes causes them to kind of tunnel vision. EXO getting brought back, should be fine. In fact, it is a fair fight if Aurora gets into a 3v3 against Falcons. Aurora does get tagged by Zuez. And On Fire called in as reinforcement with the Trogon in hand. Zuez will now have to take that fight on. Coming in close, but On Fire is the one that gets the chip damage in.
Falcons with Gun Dynasty not having their day, they should be there opening an opportunity. Zuez could have been taken down, but On Fire quick on that glue wall. But finally his teammate is there, Kiroro answers. And that's going to be another added on elimination, the second coming in for them. But on the other end, damage leader Trap has been besting rushers, youngsters, and he's still been leading the front. But finally Ray puts him down, not giving him enough chance right now, at least here on Kalahari. But we know the squad, they rally up quickly, they will get him back up. But on the other end, EVOS, after the first 2 unfortunate games that they've had, they would want to pick up points themselves as well, because they're the defending champions. They are now close to being pushed down if Falcons make it to the top 4.
Absolutely, and even for Aurora, this is going to be a tough game because they are getting picked up by multiple teams and having to invest resources in their revive. Demon's Pride still in the last spot as of yet, found their 4-point. I think in this case, right, we've seen Demon's Pride in the first 2 games itself. It's not like they kind of went out on a whimper, right? They came in, they get a couple of eliminations, but I think it's about time we talk about the placements for them, because some of the first 2 lobbies, wipeouts didn't happen early on. It's not like Kalahari where we've already lost 3 teams, about to be potentially 4 as Lau are on their last legs. So that means that for Demon's Pride, sure, you're getting eliminations, but if we don't get the injection of placement, you are going to be in that bottom 2. Because they have been racking up some digits.
I really like that you brought the point of placement points because it's going to now get crucial, especially if you're in the top 4. There is no in-between day before your grand finals. If you already make it to the finals, and especially at that time, your placement points count. You need to get closer to the champion rush condition, and if you don't, other teams will make it closer, and the BOOYAH seals the deal of that key and the shield finding a new home.
And it has happened across multiple regions. I mean, we look back at 2025 spring for SCA. It was Onyx that got that win when no one thought they would, right? We call it the Onyx incident. The same happened for the region of USA where Mia Corp, not the favorite to win. They got here because they got that BOOYAH. And that's where consistency matters the most. It really hits home the cliche saying, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Exactly. You can have 200 points in the grand finals, but if a team that hits champion rush at 90 points gets the BOOYAH, they are going to be the champion, and you will only come in second for your efforts.
I'm pretty sure nobody would want to take #2 because we know how devastating it is, especially that the champion can walk away with 3 keys that they would want to add on to their trophy while being crushed. And that is something that esports brings the rawness out of every player, every team. And that's the best part of it. It creates a system of rivalry that they want to again go for an achievement and take them down the next time. But for now, as they're here in the moment, they have to get it going. Quick pause that we have before we resume. Kalahari has already seen 3 teams out of the play, but Buriram, they are on top of it this time. They've been quick to get 7 eliminations. They would want to do a lot more because every other team, they've been taking it away in the first 2 games that we witnessed, and especially at today's halfway mark for Group A here at match 9, and after this just 3 more games. And if anybody wants to get back on the race, make sure they're safe and sound. They need to deny the points to the top 4 teams.
Yeah, and I think in the worst case scenario, if a team really has no more chance, and this is probably when we get into match 5 and 6 for day 2, you can play spoilers.
Yeah.
You can ruin the chances. Kick someone out of top 4. Force them to play 10 more games tomorrow.
There's already Gun Dynasty who have missed their mark today. They've not been able to perform in the first 2. They're already the 5th spot. Falcons, they should have been the best ones to take that 4th spot away, but that's not happened yet.
And I think the worst case right now, I mean, the situation gets worse for Gun Dynasty, right?
Yeah.
The first 2 rounds, middle of the pack, just gently pushed out of top 4 by Evo. I say gently, but there's a double-digit difference. They just got wiped out.
Yeah.
And I think our panel did say, our host, Barney and Luti did mention that during the team walk-ins that the team that, finishes top of the group, they get the privilege of operating the Crusher.
Oh!
It's 2 keys, but still,
Yeah, those are 2 dreams.
You hold the dreams in the palm of your hands.
That's a lot. That's a lot as a responsibility, but at the same time, to see your chances just being crushed, powdered down, and I don't think anybody would want it, but that's how Group A, that's how terrifying Group A has been since yesterday. And even Conchita mentioned this, right? Such a drastic change between Group A's performance on day 1 and day 2 of how teams have become tactical, strategic, thinking about their chances, thinking about the number of points they need, thinking about can they make it out and survive further.
Yeah, and I do enjoy the effort of some of the teams, some of the unproven regions. We saw TAG, but we put Pakistan in the conversation, Demons prior, Paradox from Africa, Titan Gaming as well, DRS, basically those at the bottom. Even Aurora, they're coming out a little bit more harder. They're coming out with more aggression and sure, double-edged sword, but they're getting the work done, right? This is some of the initiative that I think took them some time to get used to, but now, when the tension breaks, we see Demons Pride coming out with a couple of eliminations, and they need to patch that up with the placement points.
I like that there is a little bit of a tension break also in this pause happening on stage. We ended up seeing the 6-7 and DRS. They have a total of 67 points.
We were literally talking about this, right? Like, are we going to get an opportunity to be like, oh, this, you know, BRU, they have 161 points, and then we move down the list, and it was like, oh, DRS 6-7. Yeah, wish dreams do come true on this stage.
Yeah, for us as well.
यार शुरू करो यार, क्या कर रहे हो? 3 मिनट क्या हो गए यार? मतलब
that is the best part.
जॉनी भाई की ओर गए तो ऐसा करोगे क्या?
To have it sorted out. And
यार रियोज नहीं होता ना इधर.
You know, it's still in the first phase, right?
अगर रियोज होता तो मजा नहीं आता था.
I say in the first phase.
मजा नहीं आता था रियोज होता रियोज.
And Kalahari.
And it's Kalahari.
It's very brutal on Kalahari as the grapple guns come in. It's an open terrain. Everybody just has an eye on you. Even if you run away, because we could see, right, the run coming in from Paradox's Sneaky. He was trying to move away from AGL as much as possible. Unfortunate, no vending machine. He was trying to confuse them, and it still did not work out because AGL, there was nothing that Sneaky could hide on. Yeah. Buildings clearly seen, windows all open, and whenever Sneaky jumped around, they could even spot him and eventually close the distance and put him down. So that's going to happen throughout the game of Kalahari for every team.
Yeah, I was making an observation, and I wonder if we call for Moshi, will he wake up? Sir, you still have a couple more games to go. So no nap time for you guys. I was going to see, I mean, I think the wait is going to be the more nerve-wracking part for these teams, right? It's also a matter of like you get into the groove, things are going well, and then someone slams on the brake.
I really like how the storyline itself for Group A has kind of shifted. When we started, we were kind of talking, I think this is going to be an easier decision made for us.
Right.
We're going to be casting. The top 4 teams are already sitting there. They should be easily qualifying. Gun Dynasty in that top 4. But all of a sudden, things have changed. Falcons might have a chance. Evos have not found the best of points. Yes, they're sitting at a total of 141, but that's not completely pretty. If Gun Dynasty end up finding a big game, Evos don't. Evos get put out after having only 1 BOOYAH, and they still are not their defending champions, will be pushed to the survival stage. So much changing in Group A. Completely unexpected.
I think it's a good time to also kind of expand on our earlier conversation about Gun Dynasty, right? Because, you know, we saw the interview. They don't feel the pressure. It feels like home. You know, they are very confident and very warranted in the confidence off of day one. But you also told me back in the green room that there's a good chance that GD falls out of top 4. And I want to expand on that.
Now, the main reason, right? This is something that I've seen in circuit of Free Fire, that some of the teams have a lot of energy coming in, a lot of aggression, and it transcends into points. But day 2 is when they have to keep that consistency going on. But by that time, teams get exhausted. Their playbook falls short, and I think maybe a tad bit for Gun Dynasty, that's the main factor to affect. To add on to that, that's where I thought Ali, they should have a chance today later in our Group B matches. Just because they had aggression on the stage. Yes, they were not happy with the result because they also almost had a BOOYAH, but that also helps them refine those mistakes that they did yesterday, maybe to qualify today.
Yeah. And again, the detail on the plaque, nothing is given, everything is earned, written in the native language.
But your tagline is nothing is given,
everything
is earned.
And it applies to across the entirety of EWC. Across the
ये लोग सोच रहे हैं
in the native language of the team that wins it. It'd be great to see it maybe in Portuguese if a Brazilian team brings it back. There is a good chance. That has been the story. And I think, you know, the interesting part is always that we look at the Thailand as the best region. And that's only because we see them more often. But we get onto that world circuit, suddenly Brazil is in the conversation and the playbook completely changes. We even see the bullseyes kind of shift, right? At first it was just BRU. If we take BRU down, we own the world. But now it's the entirety of Thailand. Indonesia starts to step up. And I dare say South Asia, India, Nepal, Pakistan have a dang good chance of making something happen. But I mean, even for Demon's Pride, smiles on their face, completely different from the walk-in where they, where you know you can feel that nervousness. Now, I think they're just enjoying the moment, and maybe that's the best way to survive another day.
I think that's something while we were back in the green room, we all were talking, right? Some of the teams need to have some fun. Even if you mentioned this. You have to take these games at least with a bit of fun. If you don't, if there's too much in terms of thought put into it, a lot being, I would say, relayed between each other, a lot of talking that you should be doing this should have gone better, and all of those thoughts will eventually make you a lot more nervous, anxiety running high. That will end up messing your performance. And I think it's time to have a little bit of fun, to bring back the game that you use in your own region, where you top your region. That has to be brought back. That element, you have to isolate yourself. Like, I think that's what Gun Dynasty were channeled into yesterday. If they channel back that today, they should be back in the top 4 and pushing competition out.
Yeah, if we have seen TAG achieve that history for the region of India with that very first world stage BOOYAH, I think Demons Pride has a good chance, right?
Yes.
When we were going through the narrative and you were telling me that, you know, as much as we see Hotshot on the world stage 2 years in a row, Demons Pride, you know, were technically the better team, but they just couldn't be the ones that qualify. Wow, now they made it here.
Yes,
they made it here. And if they are the rightful ones, they're the ones that, you know, deserve that spot. It's a long time coming. Took them 3 years. Here they are. But so far the team feels like it has been slightly reoccurring, right? With the region still at the bottom, and I'm looking at Demons Pride to change that.
One more region to change this fact is going to be Bangladesh. I want to see Titan Esports Club. They're the giants of the region. Even expected Straw Hats, but as of now, it's not worked out. But Loud, the last one, BZP gets picked out, and that's going to be an end for Loud Snickers here on Kalahari.
He has the chance.
Even when we look at the replay here, but now just had no way out, and that was the wipeout onto Gun Dynasty as well. That is a major setback. The captain of BRU turning it up when it's needed. And they have found DRX fatigue also removed.
Not going well for DRX.
I believe that is maybe 4 teams out of the lobby already. Loud actually got picked off screen.
Yeah. Last player, just as the game resumed, the player got picked off, did not have a chance to go in for a revive, and this is how brutal as we get to the halfway mark. At least halfway in terms of the 6 games they had, but they're already at match 9. 3 more games left, deciding the fate of whether they qualify directly into the finals or they'll be pushed to the survival stage or completely knocked out of the tournament itself. But still, Loud's captain, Trap, who was there with an interview on stage, still being the player at the 2nd spot with the most eliminations next to Russia at 33. That says a lot about Loud.
And even the first time when we saw Trap playing on that big stage, we know that this guy is a very aggressive guy, very full of energy. Likes to go in aggressively like a madman. Sometimes doesn't pay off, but it's something that has given Loud that personality and value in times of need. Titan Gaming not doing that good. TEC, excuse me, not doing that good as well. One last survivor with the Morse Dew, taking out Jazzy. AJL pushes forward, Demons Pride. This is the ultimate test if they can make it any further, but with Aswap being taken down and Madara removed as well. He's on top 16.
I guess revive देगा.
Keep it alive. The revival does come through. Only enough for one, but one is better than none.
Yeah. It's better than completely getting eliminated. Top 16 position, yes, no one. They are surrounding him, making sure he has nowhere to run. And that was a quick movement coming through. That was just distraction over there for top 16. And he'll also be picked up. AGL scoring total 8 elimination, 4 going in for Dew. And Dew has been phenomenal today. The sniper coming into play. They started with the very first BOOYAH and they're continuing those spree of eliminations.
I mean, Dew has always been the player that no matter what happens to a roster, you want him to be the constant. And
yes,
it has been so many years. I remember first time seeing Dew, it was back in 2022, and they came close to a global trophy. That was taken by BRU under the leadership of Jonah. Aimgod on fire here. Falcons. And so far, EVOS are winning. Got forward with the hook gun to hunt for more of those Falcons members. Limit X7 out of it. Cororo, unfortunately, still exposed.
It's going to be tough for him to run away. Ray's gotten closer. This tower is not going to protect him. He's trying to use the edges. This Kalahari is not going to work out. Keroro's completely surrounded now. Can he isolate the duels throw? No dash available for Aimgod. Use it all to make it here. Damage being done, and finally Keroro will be put down. EVOS making sure the competitors for them in the top 4 are going to be vanquished. They'll be shut down, making sure Falcons move to the survival stage and not take away their very own position at top 4.
We did sort of establish this. This could be a EVOS.
Rev de diya.
Good stuff from miles away. Nailing the 5th one for his team. One of the few imports we have for a Malaysian team. In fact, the very first player that was imported was Crime MKS from Indonesia. And ever since then, it has been
working well, improving the ecosystem over the years, and I'm happy that Aurora has made this change and made this move, and not just bringing in Ezreal, but giving rookies 2 years ago like Zuez and the EXO, the veteran, to lead them, and it has paid off so far. But of course, it's more to be desired if Aurora wants to catch up.
Yeah. There's a lot more to be desired, but the circle has its own desires of troubling teams, moving completely northwest.
ओ भाई ये क्या हो गया? टीज एलिमेंट होगी तो ऐसा करोगे? ऐसा करोगे?
And none of the teams are inside the circle. Everybody's trying to use their binoculars, but nobody's getting a hit inside the circle because there's nobody at foundation. And finally, EVOS, they decide that's going to be our position, our command post, which has also not seen action so far like Refinery, even though there are teams. But seems a little surprising that we've not seen Refinery and command post being a hotspot.
Yeah. At least for this game, it's because the circle doesn't favor it, right? If not, BRU is going to be there until, ends of the world. Moshi finding Aswap. Refinery is going to be the next control point that BRU wants to wrestle over. Top 16 next on the list. Wasana chases down Jazzy. And unfortunately for Demon's Pride, they got out of a tough situation earlier on from AGAL's jaws, only to run into another Thai Titans. And now it's everyone for themselves.
On the other end, it's going to be DRS trying to go in for a second chance. Titan Esports Club, they're about to lose their players. Blade is down. Seems like A is not going to be sharp enough today. Neptune mentioned he has to be for the team. But another loss for Titan Esports Club. Kutosh and Najat, they're way too far away, and DRS will be happy about these eliminations. And Titan Esports Club might have made it out of the chopping block for the time being, but it's not going to be enough. If Demon's Pride end up finding points, they might decide to rank up. 57 is where Titan Esports Club is sitting at. Demon's Pride is at 46. Paradox out of this game at least. So if Demon's Pride have an opportunity to score at least 8-9 points, they can instantly take the position away from Titan Esports Club.
Or at least kick Paradox down to last place, which technically they've already accomplished. It's a scary thought, and if you add on top of that, if DRS starts getting some points, then we form the separation between them and the bottom three. And it's a scary thought if you are Titan Esports Club in this point of time.
Chat karo guys.
But I guess blessing in disguise is that DP, they have been struggling quite a little bit in the hands of the Thais. BRU finding Blade again, who just got brought back. So the bottom dwellers are getting fed into the meat grinder.
Buriram on the other end, they find Demon's Pride. We were just talking about them need points. Aswap gets eliminated. And if that continues, a lot more problem. It seems like Buriram are also spotting Titan Esports Club Rahat. That'll also be quickly picked up by Moshi. On the other end, Aurora on Falcons. Buriram finally going in for a full-on fight. Madara is the last one. He's behind a glue wall. Jonah has already called it. And the entire squad is rushing to him. And with him going down, that's the end for Demon's Pride. They wanted to rank up. They wanted to get eliminations. But it seems like Titan Esports Club, the worry at least on Kalahari, will die down.
They have one more chance at least. Blessed by BRU. 17 eliminations and counting. Now it's the move to Foundation. At least to the western side of Foundation. You have Kororo planted right in the middle, but Falcons suffered some heavy damage. And in fact, Kororo is the only survivor, so they should be a non-factor if you are concerned about Team Falcons. TEC split up, which we did see, and Aurora on the radar as well. This is quite the clear path to push through. They have stragglers like members from TEC and Falcons get a couple of free points. They could start with Rahat if they want.
We're now in a little trouble because AGAL have started to fire. Taken down the captain Jonah. On the other end, Aurora trying to hold on at the edge of the circle, but the circle will also start shifting as the zone is completely shrinked. They'll only wait and try to see if they could spot somebody. In the meanwhile, at a distance, Boltmaker being spotted. That's going to be EVOS fighting for elimination. And EVOS, we spoke about them. They had the advantage inside the circle. They laid their foundation, but unfortunately, the circle did not allow it. It forced them. Abax will still be able to find Takure is out. And now on Buriram as well, EVOS still firing, finding elimination and also helping out AGAL in the mix.
And again, for the third game in a row, the circle forces everyone to go into the open as the ultimate test. AGAL on your screens, 11 eliminations, and the second one could be confirmed if they remove Ray, but Ray gets picked back up, Cypher. instantly with a double up. And putting immense pressure on the EVOS Divine, forcing those blue walls out. Rasha has already ran out of that. Defenses dwindling for EVOS. AGAL continuously displaying lead at them. ABAX needs some help. AGAL finds another one.
Everybody needs help right now, even DRS. Falcons, the last man, Keroro, gets taken down. That's the end for them. Aurora now trying to climb up, but it's going to be difficult. They don't have any vision above, no information, so running up is going to be difficult. And finally, EVOS do not allow that. With Axel going down, a lot more trouble strikes Aurora. And now EVOS also deciding to send off in the other direction because the zone is not in their favor. But before that, they will have to clear the position. They spotted two different teams, but they're only spotting the players. They don't know it's two different teams. And Titan Esports Club, that's going to be Blade getting taken down. Cypher from AGAL helping out in the mix. Azriel trying to back off, join his teammates. AGL in the mix, making sure that EVOS don't survive. A rush up. He puts Azriel down, confirms, but it's going to be DRS stealing it away. Knocks from somebody, eliminations from somebody. But who is winning it? It is AGL with EVOS together that smash DRS out.
And Jun just didn't know where to look. And that ends out in his death. Dew another sniper with the aim gun. And finally, the Wonder Kid has had enough. He comes back, shoots Dew down, and EVOS have a good chance. 4v3, they have the weaponry. Raiders get dropped by Nameless, and they make it even. Aim God down in health, Apex is down. Nameless
AGL, BOOYAH.
His hands, and he might be the one that drags them across the finishing line. Nameless with the support. Aim God now all alone. Barros is there by his side, and Cypher with the final nail in the coffin.
Nice
20 eliminations. AGAL books the second BOOYAH.
Second BOOYAH of the day, and AGAL are making sure they seal the deal in the top
team
four.
का
Do
मजा
not
नहीं
give
आता
the
मैच
chance,
में
especially with these top teams already taking away the points. It's getting very dicey down there for teams at the bottom. They don't know what they have to figure out. Match number 9 is done. 10, 11, 12, 3 more games to go. And at the end of it, keys are going to get crushed, meaning your opportunities here in EWC 2026 in Paris, at least with this season, is done.
Almost done. We're about to close the chapter on 2 of these boats. The halfway point being crossed means that pressure starts to set in for the teams at the bottom, potentially in the red zone. But I gotta say, EVOS, sure, no BOOYAH, but they held on for so long. In the battle of attrition, they were on the losing side. And this was the spirit that got them that trophy with
next match की strategy
We're
भाई, next
seeing
match
it on
की.
display again.
और I guess अपने टीम के पास
Despite
coach
no
नहीं है,
BOOYAH,
ठीक है ना?
they still, I think, walk away with a win.
Yeah, and somehow they've always been balancing themselves against Falcons, because Falcons, as long as they survive, they have a chance in the top 4, and EVOS could be pushed down and they would have to move to the survival stage. And I think somehow they haven't read about it. The White Tigers are able to find their way through, and they are still keeping themselves afloat in the top 4. However, AGAL, I think we spoke about this, looking forward to placement points, looking forward to BOOYAH is what you have to ideate, especially as you make it to the champion rush.
Yep. Let's listen to what AGL has to say.
มาดิงานสลิงปีนปล่อยซ้ายหมดปล่อยเพื่อนโอ้ยเฮียกูยิงอย่างเวอร์ไอ้สัตว์ฉะนั้นผมไอ้บ้า
Cool, calm, collected. It's a bit of a stretch of the arms. Just another day in the office for AGL.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were very hasty or there was a lot of rapid comms, if I could say it.
Yeah, it's
Cool,
just
calm,
like
connected.
Oh, we get the BOOYAH.
Yeah, you do this. There's a man here. That's about it. That's I think the basic understanding we got.
I think so too. I mean, these boys have been together for quite a long time.
Yeah, that's true.
Took a while to kind of assemble. Well, it didn't take that long to assemble the squad, but it took a while to really build that chemistry. It's paying off. I mean, 32 points is a dream to even hit 30 points in a single round.
Yeah.
Usually these are the sort of the deal breakers. This is what decides who wins the championship or who gets ahead of the curve. AGAL, they come in with 32, but we did talk about EVOS, 27 points, not too shabby. BRU, 26, the front runners are still there.
Opportunities for everybody. On the other end, if you look at the bottom page, Demon Sprite, they did have a little bit of a lift off, 7 total points, 4 elimination. Loud Snickers, their opportunities are getting pushed out by some of the teams. The fights, especially between Falcons as well as EVOs, is troubling them, and they're getting eliminated a little too early. However, one thing that we've been talking about, right? Thailand taking away the trophy, even on the world stages, even here on EWC, even Indonesian teams now rising up the ranks. But AGL, they've been winning in the region. They want to get a big trophy, a global one. Can they do it? Looking at how now they've built up on day 2, there is a storyline that could be written.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the players, and I think even Gun Dynasty are starting to feel the heat, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they get 3 rounds in a row. This was a team that came in hot. They were tailing behind BRU. We talk about if we put placement points aside, technically Gun Dynasty is the better team compared to BRU because they have no BOOYAHs compared to the 3 that BRU has. But I think right now we have a bigger problem, a bigger question for them, right?
Yeah.
Is day 1 it? Is that it? 'Cause we got 3 more games coming up.
Yeah. I hope Gun Dynasty change their approach because they still have a chance. With 3 more games left here for Group A, there's an opportunity, but looking at how these teams are fighting, right, especially the Southeast Asian teams, they are going all guns blazing. They're looking unstoppable, and they're not giving points to anybody to even approach for. And that is unfortunately not giving them an opportunity to look forward to a lot more. However, opportunities right across this breather for everybody.
ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಕೊಲೆಗೂ ನಮಗೂ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡೋಣ. ಮನೆಯವರ
I guess break. Let me check guys. Let me check. ऐड आ गया था ना. आप लोग ऐड थोड़ी दिखाऊंगा यार. मैं ऐड नहीं दिखाता आप लोग को. No ads, no ads, no ads guys, no ads. क्या मामला है? अभी शायद अभी सही है, अभी सही है, अभी सही है. ओके. ओ भाई गेम वेम भी हो रहे हैं. मैं स्क्रीन पे मार दिया तो कास्टिंग हो रही है इधर भी. ओके, शॉट लेने के लिए तैयार. पोजीशन ले ली गई, सामने एम लगाया जा रहा है. स्विंग की तैयारी, एक फ्री स्विंग दिया गया एंड नहीं गया वो एम शायद से. ओके लेट्स गो. 90% ज़्यादा एक्वेरेसी होनी चाहिए, ठीक है ना गाइस. एफएफ के मैचेस तो बाद में होते रहेंगे, पहले होगा गोल्फ. ठीक है, पहले होगा गोल्फ. चलो काउंटडाउन चालू है गाइस. बताना क्या लगता है कितना दूर जाएगा. उनका 90% एक्यूरेसी थी, अब इनकी देखते हैं. ओके, एम, फोकस, ग्रिप परफेक्ट, एम, शूट. नहीं गया, नहीं 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 नहीं. कोई ना, एंटी. Nice rotations by the way. Head to head बुरीनाम वर्सेस AGL. पॉइंट डिफरेंस तो बहुत कम है. AGL चेस कर रही है, 2 बूया आ गए. थर्न डाउन चल रहा है AGL का. एवरेज एलिमिनेशंस वो भी ज्यादा है बुरीनाम के. मैच शुरू हो गया। Forget your time. It's the Shoto map, guys. It's the Shoto map. Let's go. लियो। छोटो मैप है ये। ये छोटो का मैप है भाई। लेट्स गो। फ्लाइट पाथ गुड, नॉट बैड नॉट बैड। अपने को क्या इस फ्लाइट पाथ से, अपना तो फ्लाइट पाथ बढ़िया है। ड्रॉप फाइट हुई। किसके साथ है? ड्रॉप शायद से अपन ने शॉर्ट आउट किया है क्या? अरोरा गेमिंग। नहीं गई अरोरा गेमिंग गई। सेंट्रल खाली। फैल्कन्स ओके वर्सेस लाउड। फैल्कन से प्रेशर है, पता है फैल्कन से प्रेशर है बिकॉज क्लब चैंपियनशिप वो लोग डिफेंड कर रहे हैं यार इस बार भी। एंड फैल्कन चाहेगी, अभी तक शुरुआत इतनी उनकी अच्छी हुई नहीं है पहले वीक में, तो फैल्कन चाहेगी कि फ्री फायर इज द स्टेज जहां पे फैल्कन अच्छा करे, फैल्कन जीते फ्री फायर में। बट स्टार्ट रहता हूँ जो मैचेस अभी तक जाए फैल्कन के गए वो इतने बेहतर नहीं गए कि वो चैंपियनशिप मटेरियल दिखे। कि आई नो फैल्कन की टीम में कुछ भी कर सकती है भाई वो कभी भी। लेकिन जीडी दिन तो बहुत खराब चल रहा है जीडी का। जैसा दिन जीडी का कल का गया था वैसा दिन जीडी का आज क्या नहीं है। डीपी 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 दिक्कत परेशानी है डीपी के लिए, दिक्कत परेशानी है डीपी के लिए। टीएजी अरोरा, टीएजी अरोरा। कंट्रोल कंट्रोल उदय कंट्रोल। Allowed is playing good. Samina Mina Samina Mina ओ। टीएजी बस अच्छा खेल लो अभी ये मैच। आपके नीचे जो टीम है वो उनका टाटा बाय हो गया है, उनका हो गया इस मैच से। 84 पे थे, हो गया उनका। अभी आप कर दो भाई, अभी चकदे फड्डे कर दो, अभी चकदे फड्डे हो जाना चाहिए अभी। ओके ओ नाइस भाई। बॉस थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट चल रहा है उनका मैच, थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट चल रहा है। फैल्कन इज डूइंग गुड। भाई साहब लाउड ओ भाई रोटेशंस क्रेजी हो रही है रोटेशंस AGL are they going for the third? Okay. TEC को बाहर कर सकती है I guess. टेनिस स्पोर्ट्स क्लब निकल रहा है शायद. कुतुश निकल जाएगा. निकल गया निकल गया निकल गया. AGL आ रही है शायद से ढूंढने. बट AGL वर्सेस TAG भी हो सकता है अभी. चांसेस हैं बिकॉज क्लोज थी क्लोज क्रॉस रोड्स पे TAG भी आ रही थी. ओहो क्या बात है. क्या ड्राइविंग स्किल्स भाई. ओह सर्कल सर्कल इज गुड. ओके. Center is a center of attraction, but There is no skill issues. Now it's now or never. TAG, let's go. आउट रोटेट कर रही है. फैल्कन्स की फाइट पैराडॉक्स के साथ. पैराडॉक्स. नो नो नो. रैप हो जाएगा. हो गया, रैप दे दिया. 10 के नाम बहुत क्रेजी है भाई. AGL वर्सेस फैल्कन्स. फैल्कन्स AGL का तीसरा बुया रोक सकती है. तीसरा बुया रोक सकती है फैल्कन्स. नेमलेस को रिवाइव मिल गया. बारोस को भी रिवाइव मिल गया. रसो का साइफा आगे गया. पीना को ऊपर फ्लैश फ्रीज. फैल्कन्स थोड़ा सा बाय करके टाइम. डायनेस्टी एलिमिनेट. वो भी लाउड के हाथों. ग्रेनेड दिखा मुझे उधर. नाइस वन. Oh, no Falcons. Hell nah. You has the opportunity. भाई THG के पास अच्छा सर्कल है यार. Please guys, fingers crossed guys. Whoa, Falcons. भाई टेबल टॉपर्स का स्पॉट खतरे में है अभी. पैराडॉक्स भी बाहर. AGL के प्लेयर जोन के बाहर. हे ओके. लॉर्ड वर्सेस DRS. और लगभग सारी टीमें ना साइडलाइन पे फाइट करके आ रही हैं. ठीक है, तो है मतलब है मामला. बस फाइट लास्ट में जब फाइट होगी, अब कभी भी फाइट हो, वो 4v4 हेड ऑन एंड फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी भाई. लेनी पड़ेगी वो फाइट. अच्छे से निकालनी पड़ेगी. ओके लाउड भाई DRS को दिक्कत में डाल दिया यार. DRS नाइस फाइट बैक. नाइस प्रतीक. नाइस वन. स्टोरेक्स नाइस. अच्छा 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 मारा. अच्छा मारा. दो बाकी ग्रेनेड्स आ रहे हैं. ये वो उसके ऊपर THG दिक्कत बना रही है. ओ साहिल नाइस वन. Okay, TAG, Shoto, nice one. Shoto, nice. TAG, yaar, let's go. Let's go, TAG. हो TAG के पास अच्छा इलाका है, इधर से ये लोग फाइट करेंगे. TAG has the chance. Back to back booyahs. Are they getting a back to back booyah, guys? TAG chance. आ रहा है, आ रहा है, आ रहा है. Let's go. Let's go. एक guys, let me. कुछ लाइंस हैं for this one. मन में दुविधा है, मन में युद्ध है, मन खुद का ही विरोधी है, ये मन की कैसी रीत. सारा कुरुक्षेत्र सामने पड़े, जीत सके तो जीत. यहां तू ही कृष्णा, तू ही पार्थ है. तुझे खुद समझना है कि क्या यथार्थ है. That's Team India, ladies and gentlemen, for you. These boys, this frame, guys. बस इस फ्रेम को देखो एक बार. What a team. What a team. 2021, 2020 का वो साल था जब ये टीम हमें नजर आई थी अंडरडॉग सर्किट में, एक अलग नाम से खेलती हुई. थर्ड पार्टी इवेंट्स से वो शुरुआत नजर आई थी. धीरे धीरे थर्ड पार्टी इवेंट्स पर डोमिनेशन देखने को मिली. धीरे धीरे वो नाम नजर आया. पहले हेक्स ई स्पोर्ट्स, फिर टीम हिंदी स्पोर्ट्स, बीच में कुछ और नाम भी रहे थे, लेकिन वो डोमिनेशन हमेशा चलती रही. बीच में ऐसा दौर भी आता था प्लेयर्स ने गेम छोड़ने का सोचा, प्लेयर्स चेंज हुए, कुछ प्लेयर्स चेंज हुए निरंतर, लेकिन केडी गॉड, साहिल, लुइस, दे स्टेड. वुल्विन आया, शोटो आया, उसके बाद हमने और भी अच्छे टूर्नामेंट्स देखे. एंड दिस इज ए परफेक्ट स्टोरी लाइन. इतने सालों की मेहनत, इतने सालों का संघर्ष, इतने सालों का हार्डवर्क, इतने सालों की ग्राइंड, एंड दिस इज द स्टेज जहां पे आप करना चाहते हो परफॉर्म. एंड टीम एपिक्स गेमिंग कर रही है परफॉर्म. साहिल, लुइस, शोटो, वुल्विन, केडी, सभी प्लेयर्स भाई, सभी प्लेयर्स. सैल्यूट, सैल्यूट भाई, सैल्यूट. इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो, दैट्स अ प्राइड फीलिंग बट अ प्रेशर. एंड टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग ने दिखाया यार, प्रेशर इज अ प्रिविलेज भाई. पहले दिन की परफॉर्मेंस के बाद बहुत प्रेशर था, एंड इस प्रेशर में सरवाइव करा इस टीम ने. एंड हैव यू कैन सी, प्रेशर इज प्रिविलेज. एंड प्रेशर में सरवाइव करा इस टीम ने, एंड ऑन टू बेटर थिंग्स अहेड गाइस. Nice game, guys. Nice game. हाँ रील अपलोड कर रहा था गाइस. रील इज इंपॉर्टेंट यू नो. भाई चेयर वेयर सब लेफ्ट राइट होगी. रुको थोड़ा सा. जंपिंग जंपिंग ज्यादा हो गई. सेलिब्रेशंस यू नो. अरे अरे ऐड चलने थे गाइस. उसके बाद अपन चलेंगे फिर से. ओह टीम सीक्रेट. ओके गाइस आया. Hello guys, we are back. We are back. We are back. We are back. Let's go! 2 booyahs for the THG! India for the win! कितने मैचेस हो गए? 1 2 3 4 मैचेस हो गए क्या गाइस? 4 हो गए कि 3 हो गए? 4 हो गए, 4 हो गए, 4 हो गए, 4 हो गए। और 2 मैचेस हैं और 2 अच्छे गेम्स चाहिए गाइस हमें। यार पॉइंट्स टेबल देखता है, मैंने पॉइंट्स टेबल नहीं देखी यार, मैं चला गया था। ओके पॉइंट्स टेबल टीएजी 29 पॉइंट्स, नाइस वन। पहले 28 का आया था भूया, अब 29 का आया, इंप्रूवमेंट है बढ़िया, नाइस वन। डब्ल्यूस इन द चैट। और ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स नहीं दिखाई गया इन्होंने अभी तक। ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स आ गई। अभी भी हैशटैग 7th है अपन, 116। हाँ सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग हो रही है हमारे नेपाली भाइयों से। डीआरएस 8th पर है, अपन 7th पे। सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग इज वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड। बट अपने ऊपर कौन है, उनसे भी थोड़ी सी मुलाकात करेंगे यार। थोड़ा पीछे और करना पड़ेगा मेरे को मैं अपन चले गया था ना, थोड़ी घूमी घूमी करना है। ओके कितना है? गन डायनेस्टी के पास है 134, अपने पास 117 है। अपने पास 117, उनके पास 130। हो सकता है गाइस, हो सकता है। और लास्ट 2 गेम्स अच्छे चाहिए गाइस, हो सकता है गाइस। आज मैं जिम जाऊं तो मैं खुशी के साथ जाना चाहता हूं। आज मैं नहीं जाऊंगा क्योंकि आज हम कर रहे हैं वॉच पार्टी। मजा आएगा भाई, मूड बहुत बढ़िया है भाई आज, मजाक से हट के बहुत खुश हूं मैं अभी तक। फिंगर्स क्रॉस्ड। जेएमडी है, बाकी सब तो जेएमडी रहेगा, जेएमडी रहेगा, जेएमडी 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 जेएमडी। और भी मैचेस अच्छे जाएं। और ग्रुप बी, इसके बाद तो ग्रुप बी भी है। ग्रुप बी में और मजा आएगा भाई। वहां पे दो दो तिरंगे वाली टीमें हैं हमारे सामने। हमारे साथ मतलब टोटल गेमिंग एंड वी हैव एस ट्यूएल। तो या
And for Tita's sake, I'll be getting harder and harder. Yeah, I put my book out the window. I'm here for the virus, man. No all pressure on WC right now. This is better compared to the previous game.
अब किसका तीसरा आ रहा है guys? बताओ किसका तीसरा बुया आ रहा है? AGAL या फिर THE? फिंगर्स क्रॉस्ड THE का नहीं आ रहा guys, ठीक है ठीक है, मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा, किसी का कुछ नहीं बोल रहा भाई, चुप. फर्स्ट एलिमिनेशन, नाइस वन. ओ THE के पास मौका है फिफ्थ पे जाने का, फिफ्थ पे नहीं सॉरी सिक्स पे जाने का. कॉन्फिडेंस तो है अभी यार, वोल्विन नहीं. ओ रशिया, रशिया 1v1. केडी नहीं, एंटी तो एग्रेसिव जा रही है THE. नाइस वन. फर्स्ट टेबल होना पड़ेगा THE को भी. भाई बच्चों पैर थोड़ी कम लो अभी. टॉप 4 जाना बहुत मुश्किल है भाई, नामुमकिन है. टॉप 4 तो है ही नहीं. सर्वाइवल स्टेज गो टू डन, सॉर्टेड है, सर्वाइवल स्टेज सॉर्टेड है अपना. ओह ओह टाइटन भाई खराब, बहुत खराब. ओह क्या है ये? हाँ छोटू को नहीं मिल रही फाइट अच्छी. 16 एलिमिनेशन 5.5 मिनट में अरोरा गेमिंग भाई साहब। ग्लेजर गेम से रील डाल दिया गाइस, रील डाल दी है। रील देखेंगे हम। ओह Runner making a record और TAG थोड़ा सा गैप। पैराडॉक्स पैराडॉक्स भाई टॉप 10 में तो आना पड़ेगा यार पैराडॉक्स। टीवन स्प्राइड वो भी भाई। अरोरा फिर से आ रही है भाई फाइट लेने। लाउड और डीआरएस की फाइट थर्ड पार्टी करेगी अरोरा। थर्ड पार्टी करेगी, थर्ड पार्टी करेगी। आ गई आ गई आ गई आ गई अरोरा आ गई, अरोरा आ गई, अरोरा आ गई। 20 एलिमिनेशंस। डैम। डीआरएस लास्ट वन, डीआरएस लास्ट वन, लास्ट प्लेयर। डीआरएस एलिमिनेटेड 22। कोई तो रोको भाई ने, कोई तो रोको, कोई तो रोको। डिफरेंस शायद खत्म कर दिया उन्होंने टीएजी के साथ, ऑलमोस्ट डिफरेंस खत्म कर दिया इन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट। टीईसी वर्सेस टीएजी, टीईसी वर्सेस टीएजी। पड़ोसियों की लड़ाई है ये। पड़ोसी की लड़ाई, पड़ोसियों की लड़ाई, पड़ोसियों की लड़ाई है। अरोरा सेंटर भाई, अरोरा सेंटर भाई। Oh. Aurora. Evos versus Aurora. Evos versus Aurora. Nice one. Ooh. थोड़ी सी शांति है मैच में, थोड़ी सी शांति है। और ये शांति क्या एक आंधी से पहले की शांति है, लेकिन आंधी आ चुकी है मैच में पहले ही। अरोरा गेमिंग 22 एलिमिनेशंस, क्रेजी क्रेजी क्रेजी। बट कोई तो रोकना चाहेगा उन्हें, और कोई तो शायद रोक सकता है उन्हें। रोकना पड़ेगा उन्हें, रोकना पड़ेगा, रोकना पड़ेगा। लेकिन अभी होल्डिंग पे गेम आ चुका है सारा। अभी एग्रेशन अरोरा ने थोड़ा रोक दिया है। अभी प्लेसमेंट की तैयारी है एंड स्ट्रेटजी अच्छी है, मतलब बढ़िया स्ट्रेटजी है। प्लेसमेंट पे ध्यान रहेगा। टीएजी अच्छा स्पॉट नहीं है, टीएजी के पास इतना अच्छा स्पॉट नहीं है। एलिमिनेशन निकाल लो भाई अभी, बस एलिमिनेशन आ जाए अच्छे खासे। दैट्स फाइन भाई, दैट्स फाइन, वेरी वेरी फाइन। वाटर रोटेशन, वाटर रोटेशन, लाउड वाटर रोटेशन, वाटर रोटेशन। थोड़ी सी रोटेशन आगे चली गई, थोड़ी सी ज्यादा आगे चली गई। फिर इधर तक ही आते तो बच जाते, दिक्कत नहीं होती। फैल्कन वर्सेस टीएसी, टैग के पास मौका आ सकता है थर्ड पार्टी करने का, अगर फैल्कन लॉक इन करके इस फाइट के अंदर एंगेजमेंट ले तो। टीएजी कैसे आगे जाएगी वो सोचना पड़ेगा यार, कैसे रोटेट करेंगे वो। कैसे रोटेट करेंगे। टीएजी आ गई, आ गई टीएजी। शोटो नहीं, केडी राउंड। हेलमेट हो गए क्या? नहीं नहीं, बाकी है, बाकी है, बाकी है। शोटो बाकी है, शोटो बाकी है। शोटो वेंडिंग पे क्या, शोटो ने रिवाइवल दिया शायद से। नहीं, रिवाइवल नहीं दिया है। टीएजी यार थर्ड पार्टी करने आए थे, लेकिन टीएसी और फैल्कन ने पूरा कमिट किया ही नहीं, और गलत जजमेंट हो गई, थोड़ी सी जजमेंट थोड़ी सी खराब हो गई। रोटेशन की बारी है, बैक स्टेप करके कुछ करना पड़ेगा, कुछ करना पड़ेगा बैक स्टेप करके। फंस गए भाई, इधर से मैच चैट खराब हो गया मैच, क्योंकि फैल्कन से कमिट ही नहीं करा। और टीएजी को लगा कि फैल्कन से कमिट कर दिया है, तो इसलिए टीएजी ने रश कर दिया पीछे से कि थर्ड पार्टी करेंगे हम। एंड अच्छा डिसीजन था भाई, वो कुछ भी को अच्छा डिसीजन था, लेकिन बोलते हैं ना सामने वाली टीम भी खेल गई, खेल गई। केडी डाउन भाई, नहीं नहीं, बहुत मुश्किल है इधर से। अरोरा को रोक लो भाई, अरोरा का रोक लो भाई कोई। एजीएल एलिमेंट अपना कौन बाकी है भाई? साहिल, वुल्वेन तो रिवाइव होते गिर गया। साहिल भी बाहर। एंटी गैस, एंटी एंटी एंटी, गुड गेम गुड गेम गुड गेम गुड गेम, टीएजी नाइस गेम। टाइटन स्पोर्ट्स क्लब अच्छा खेल गई भाई, अच्छा खेल गई। अरे भाई अरोरा का कोई रोक लो, कोई रोको अरोरा को, अरोरा को रोको, रोको 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 अरोरा को रोको। क्या फैल्कन रोकेगी, क्या फैल्कन रोकेगी? आई गेस या, यस यस। 90 पॉइंट्स हो गए भाई उनके। 90 क्या 20, 90 प्लस 24 कितने होते हैं? 110, 114। मैच तो अच्छी है मेरी। ओहो, क्या ही खेल रही है भाई अरोरा। मोशी नाइस वन, एक्सेल डाउन, रिवाइव मिल जाएगा एक्सेल को इजी। नाइस वन, 25 भाई 25 25 40 पॉइंट का गेम, रिकॉर्ड बना देंगे भाई ये तो। तो वॉल कहाँ लगी हुई थी वो? ओहो भाई अरोरा, अरोरा बुया आ रहा है भाई, अरोरा का बुया आ रहा है। ओह, अरोरा 26। कोई तो रोको अरोरा को यार, ये क्या कर रहे हो? इवोस रोक सकती है भाई, इवोस रोक सकती है। इवोस कैन अनस्टॉपेबल अरोरा यार, मतलब रॉयल स्टेज में ये टीम मचा सकती है भाई। और अगर ये और अच्छा गेम जा रहा है जिस तरह से जा रहा है गेम, 27 एलिमिनेशंस हो गए, 4 और आते हैं 31, 31 प्लस 12 43। डैम, इतने अगर अपने आ जाते ना भाई, इतने अगर अपने आ जाते, टॉप 4 का सपना खुल जाता अभी। 43 पॉइंट, या ऑफ कोर्स व्हाई नॉट। Malaysian domination. We are seeing the Malaysian domination, guys. We are about to witness an amazing match. Evos has the advantage, I guess. सेंटर इवोस पे कि अरोरा पे है? आई गेस इवोस। नहीं नहीं, ओ इवोस, इवोस अरोरा गया गया गया, बुया गया 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 गया। इवोस इजी, इजी बुया, इवोस इजी। और बाहर आ गया, उरे नाइस वन हजरेल, नाइस वन। हिलिंग चल रही है, आ गया आ गया। इमगॉड बाहर गया, ओ ऊपर की तरफ हील कर रहा है। ओ ये सेंटर में था, ओ भाई क्रेजी। 1v1 हिल बैटल, कौन निकाल रहा है? 1v1 1v1। व्हाट अ मैच भाई, व्हाट अ मैच। अरोरा भाई भाई बुया इवोस का है, ठीक है ना? चैट सुनो मेरी बात, बुया इवोस का है, लेकिन बातचीत तो अरोरा की हाई थी इस मैच में। कुछ भी कहो अरोरा भाई, माइक ड्रॉप। गेम है ना, तो गेम में क्या कहते हैं, फोन ड्रॉप। फोन, फोन ड्रॉप नहीं कर सकता मैं अभी ऐसे, लेकिन हाँ फोन ड्रॉप। भाई मैच, भाई मैच, मैच भाई मैच, व्हाट अ मैच, व्हाट अ अमेजिंग मैच। Hell yeah. अरोरा अभी भी फाइट में है, क्रेजी वाली फाइट में अरोरा। तुमको स्ट्रीम की आवाज नहीं जा रही क्या गाइस? तुमको स्ट्रीम की आवाज नहीं
could have had their own big one. Let's hear them.
यार sorry guys.
I was ready for a bloodbath, honestly. I was so ready for to just run in, duke it out, throw haymakers, and see what happens. They chose the safe way, but again, no harm, no foul, you know?
We've been seeing these teams who have had their booyahs and their comms right at the very end. It has not been hectic at all. And in this bit, we saw comms. They're like, hey, we understand what Aurora are trying to do. Let's do the same thing. It worked out for EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't even see EVOS trying to force their way out from the boxing team. Right? They're like, I guess we chill. I guess we chill, and then we try to...
We 6-7.
We 6-7, right?
6-7.
And it's because 6-7, Game 6 is coming up, but of course before...
6-7. ये क्या हुआ?
we get to that, we're gonna see what's going on in the rest of EWC.
मजा आ गया भाई, क्या ही मैचेस गए हैं, वाओ भाई, वाओ। अच्छा एक्शन चल रहा है भाई, अभी तक अच्छा एक्शन चल रहा है। ब्रेक आया थोड़ा, ब्रेक के बाद अपन फिर से जाएंगे स्क्रीन पे, देखेंगे क्या मामला है, क्या चल रहा है, क्या नहीं चल रहा है। लेकिन भाई TG ऑन टॉप हो जाना चाहिए आज चैट में। ओके गाइस, मैच देखते हैं क्या चल रहा है। फिर से गेम प्ले हो रहा है गाइस, गेम चलो 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 गेम पे चलते हैं, चलो 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 गेम प्ले देखते हैं गाइस। चलो गाइस देखते हैं क्या होगा अगले मैच में, मजा आने वाला है अभी।
Two. I think it's a good game to testing your flexible, and of course my hat is falling off, but this one is pretty fun for exercise. Let's move to the next one.
From that last map, I mean ending it with a healing game and a record almost broken. Can you believe this, AJ?
I can definitely believe it. What I cannot believe is the fact that it was a Malaysian squad that almost broke the record of Falcons themselves, right? Massive game for Aurora, but that's exactly what you want to show the Malaysian fans out there, that you're not just here to fill a slot, that you're here to go all the way to the grand finals, and because of Champion Rush, maybe even run away with it.
Yeah, it's anyone's game because today has been crazy.
Yeah.
We started off the day with BOOYAHs from TAG, and they had two of them despite struggling yesterday. And AGAL still rampaging and finally clinching in that BOOYAHs as well.
Absolutely. It's just Chuck Day India all day long. This is the moment for Team Apex Gaming to rise up to the occasion. They clearly knew it. Yesterday was a warm-up day for them, right? I wasn't too concerned about them at all because we've seen the way India plays, and it is all about about the patience. It's all about reading and understanding the rotations of the other teams and then going in for the strike when you truly need to do so. And today is the day. Perhaps they might not get the early access into the grand finals, but what they will most definitely do is not get relegated today. Down at the bottom, Paradox as well as Demon Sprite, they are the ones who are in a little trouble.
Yeah, it's looking really scary for them as well, especially as you know it is elimination day after all. You do not want to get dropped today. You either want to be at the very top all the way to finals, or you want to at least survive for survival stage.
Absolutely, and obviously you want to get in there a tad bit earlier, but there is no harm whatsoever in playing that survival stage, right? You've got an extra 10 games to go through that also gives you a little bit of extra warm-up before you play the grand finals. But obviously the Super Titans want to get in there early, and Southeast Asia, as expected, finding dominance there. Now, the surprising thing is Loud, even without a dominant run today, are still in the top 4.
Yeah, they still are. They're still farming. They're still going crazy right now. And I am very excited to see what will be happening. So, after this,
we've got the final game. It's the final showdown. It is the final opportunity for the two teams down at the bottom. The ones they are chasing, though, is from Bangladesh, TEC. Now, they've done good enough so far to stay clear of that bottom spots, those two bottom spots, but they're a little bit too close to being uncomfortable in the competition. This is that round. I'm expecting them to make a breakout run.
yeah, it's really scary to think about it. But again, anything can happen. We've seen records almost broken as well. And I think that after this, before we go, I mean, again, it's the final game before we go into the second series of the day, right? So in your opinion, what do you want to see on the final map?
I want to see the underdogs rise up to the occasion, even though Demon's Pride, as well as, you know, the ones who are closest to them, are not going to find a way to maybe get the booyah at the end of the day. They still need to try. They still need to throw out a lot of points as much as possible. So if possible, get to that final circle before finding your eliminations.
I also agree. I want to see the battle of the underdogs, but who else better to tell us what will be happening in the last map? Other casters, we have Lucifer and also Husky.
You are damn right, Tash and AJ. Last match of Group A. And we are about to see some dreams get crushed in this brutal reality of an international competition. Paradox Gaming down at the bottom, followed by Demon's Pride in 11th place. But there is still hope. Even a slight glimmer is what might make the difference for these two teams. We saw TEC, they ran away with the previous map thanks to a bit of intervention. Paradox Gaming have a mountain to climb to even make it to 10th spot. But for Demon's Pride, for the pride of Pakistan, that journey might be slightly extended if they just get a good round.
It needs to be the greatest of rounds for both Paradox and Demon's Pride, as this is the last game for Group A, match number 12. And it starts now with Paradox already taking a dive towards Moat House, but they have trouble. That's going to be DRS, not the great journey. As they dive out very first. Sneaky, however, has taken a dive in the other direction, but very close is even Demon's Pride.
पहली कीज क्रश होते हुए देखेंगे जनता
out of the race are very close. This is unfortunate.
Yep. Very poetic as well that the last map is Purgatory.
And DRS versus Paradox.
Purgatory, making hope look a bit glim at L2K. Doing the same to Enrique. Need to be picked back up, but L2K needs to hold the fort so far. Paradox down in numbers. DRS with 2 already.
This is not looking great. Windy. He wants to do something, has a vector on hand, but can he do something brilliant? Skill ready, but he doesn't even get to use a single bullet. And he gets taken down by Pratik, the P90 putting him down, but Sneaky. Thankfully, there was a revive, so he can go for this battle, but for how long can he do this? Paradox need to recover. They need to understand the stakes right now. That if they get eliminated so early, the result for sure is elimination.
Not only that, you're also feeding points into the DRS machine. And that means, at least for this situation, it won't change much. But with Demon's Pride arriving, you gotta make something out of it. Aswa finding L2K, that makes it even worse for Paradox. Windy will bring him back.
Ooh, nice.
Finally, Sneaky getting the job done.
Revival हो गया वैसे Paradox में तो दिक्कत नहीं है. Aurora versus THG once again. Aurora versus THG.
But Sneaky is doing his absolute best to stay alive. But Strawweiss pulls out the sight and ends Sneaky's streak. Madara now. It's going to queue up and see if he can make something happen.
Demon's Pride, they also need points. If it was Paradox and they were battling against them, that would have been extra points. But DRS, they're safe and sound. So battling with DRS could be trouble. And they've looked better so far in the entire journey of the 12 games that we've seen. Hope Demons Pride are prepared for it. One thing for sure in the intention of moving towards Smokehouse is the fight is isolated. Whatever happens, you may be able to recover it. But can it work out? It doesn't.
अगर अरोरा को TAG बाहर करती है
they get taken out.
कुछ मजेदार शाहिद आराम से
At least for Demons Pride and Paradox, they're still in it. Still a chance. TAG. On the other hand, not doing that well. Madara gets brought back. Gun Dynasty. Watching the top 4 slip away. Now we'll have to see if they can at least end on a high note. Doing like what Aurora did the previous round. Almost 40 bomb. Tribal getting spotted out by Jun as half his health bar gone.
Aurora, just before this, they had only Jun surviving, but thankfully got the whole team back up. So his life at this point, losing it out is okay. But on the other hand, as you did mention, going out with a bang is something that Gun Dynasty should expect and should replicate. Because their top 4 chances are now gone. Unfortunate for them. The great run that they had on day 1 cannot do or say much here on day 2 because the Southeast Asia and Brazil, they went all out. And again, going in for a battle is going to be EWC and AGAL. Not yet found an opening. Bullets being exchanged on either end. Q now gets closer with his sniper. Can he find the opening? Yes, he does. It's going to be Ray getting taken down. Confirmation not yet there. Aim God running right across. Ray's confirmation will follow to do. And now Cypher following with A-backs going down. AGAL looking better, but finally taking a hit on Dune. Now it gives a chance for EWOS to get back into the game.
Aim God's gonna get surrounded as he revisits that area. The double back for AGAL paid off big time as they picked off the majority of EVOs and forcing them into that revive game. Deal doesn't even go down. None is lost on the side of AGAL as the feed continues to light up with some of the bottom teams. Stroax finding his 4th on the sneaky. Jazzy picked up by Get High. Things continue to develop in a negative way for Demons Pride and Paradox. TAG needs to find a way to get Woven back into action as Azrael also destroyed by Pina.
Falcons at Central, a UAV to scan. They do not find anything. On the other end, Aurora, we spoke about this. After almost a record-breaking performance, this last game of Purgatory is now working in their favor. Last time it was Jun, this time it's the Axel. On the other end, DRS are still hitting on Paradox, getting extra eliminations from them. Quick on the revive, thankfully had enough coins to get the whole squad back up. What is this again? Demons Pride and Paradox one against each other. And Windy quick on the revive. Madara had the same intention as well. But at the end of it, it's going to be Madara who gets that elimination. And that's going to be a second. But DRS is still close by. If Demons Pride as well as Paradox keep going at it like this, their chances of making it up will not work out because TEC, they've already picked up 5 eliminations of this game.
DP bahar bhai,
Top
DP ka
16
tata
going
bye
down.
bye, good night ho gaya.
Again, a reset, a hard reset onto Demons Pride. Madara would just have to make that rotation. Blade making good on his opportunity, takes down Wasana in the meantime. Players of Paradox on your screens. Again, it's going to be tough, Sneaky. Losing out again. And like you said, Lucifer, this cycle of point churning, if it's not into the pockets of Paradox and Demons Pride, there's no chance.
Not sure what the thought was. Maybe they both wanted to go for a drop clash and DRS ended up becoming the surprise. And DRS are getting those extra points at the time being. TEC in the meantime, they are getting their own eliminations. They're already, we saw just before this, at 80 points. So a chase towards them is going to be very difficult for both Demons Pride and Paradox, and especially they're losing players one after another. Finally, somebody has taken the most eliminations away from Trap, and it's going to be Cypher, and that's what I'm pretty sure every fan of AGL will be happy to see.
Russia still in first place. At least tied out with Cypher.
Top pe 48, Cypher 48.
The previous Clash Squad tournament, he actually is the most damaged, the highest
Bhai,
damage
BOOYAH ka wo
and no one could get close to him.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't win the whole thing, and that's the craziest part. Wasana actually getting removed. But now, coming to life, Gun Dynasty, that's exactly what they need.
Maybe the last game, but still, give it your all. A warning to the teams who will make it to the survival stage. That's what Gun Dynasty need to look forward to. Paradox, in the meantime, do get another revive again to their teammates, but driving away their chances. A Titan Esports Club from Bangladesh, something that we were looking forward to. When we speak about South Asia, yes, India now looking great, especially after TAG getting 2 booyahs. I'm pretty sure teams from Bangladesh would want to do it because there's Straw Hats in our Group B as well. They've not looked great. At least Titan Esports Club have taken it up a notch.
Yeah. And it could be a source of motivation for Mia Corp too.
Yeah.
And no, it's the first time for South Asia, but they have had a slight taste before this. But for USA, absolute first time. Demon's Pride, unfortunately, the journey might have just ended here at the foothill of EWC 26. All eyes now on TEC and Paradox. 27 points to tie. The highest of mountains for Paradox to climb, but they're still in it.
These are the numbers that we kind of talk about when teams need to get to champion rush. How far are they? How can they deny teams? But right as now, it's about staying alive. And that's going to be an even tougher task to dabble and work around. And I think Paradox, they have a long statement to do if they have to put up a performance like this, because we've not seen so far 11 games they've played, we've not seen them pull off a double-digit game.
Yeah, it would be a lot more reassuring if TEC didn't also have 8 eliminations under the belt.
Yeah.
The break even. And that is going to only make things harder as more teams get removed. Shox taken out by BZP. It's a good time to kind of lay it out on the table as well. This last round, a lot of what's happening is inconsequential if it doesn't directly affect Paradox.
Paradox, every time they take a step, they are either surrounded by DRS or being challenged by somebody else. This time at least, they've fended off DRS. It's only going to be Pratik and they instantly surround him.
Nice.
Quick on the take is going to be Sneaky. Happy on that elimination is also going to be Paradox. But they're not out of elimination. Loud is getting closer at that ski lodge's end. Forge is above. Can they forge their very own key that stays alive? At this point, it looks tougher than ever.
And remember, with that elimination, they tie up with TEC again.
TEC fans मुझे बोल रहे हैं
27 points, the count starts here.
Survival stage में तो आग लगानी
enough bodies to go through. But with the right placement points.
But yeah,
not the best challenge
start,
right.
125 points we have.
Able to fend off.
150 is the target.
Takuri did get the whole squad back, but look at Loud. This is how they challenge. Going directly in. And Jab puts the player from Paradox down. Now Windy, he spots them from afar, thankfully. None of the players from Paradox were close by, and Loud did just get one and tried to back off, but now Nyx has spotted them. That will instantly tell Loud to go for the next fight.
Yeah, forget about a hit and run. How about hit you straight? Again, Paradox sent on the run again. You look at the radar, Paradox actually have a good spot to not only get the revive, but reset again. But for Loud, they've already cemented their 4th spot. Really doesn't matter how this round turns out. Falcons, impossible to make it to grand finals. Will have to play for survival. Gun Dynasty continues to make a statement on the feed as well, taking out Pratik. Spinel is the one that breathes life into the team. BRU as well, finding a recovery. It's Gun Dynasty under the lightning zone, challenged by AJL.
Gun Dynasty
and Dual best Spinel.
Day 1 में इतना अच्छा खेल के भी
2 shots looking for the second on David, but Cypher was close by. As David goes down, even Vega gets taken. This is AGL looking forward to their run at that champion rush. And now Loud has a challenge right in front of them. Can they take them down? Damage already being done. Their Scour Fiber is not going to work out. Trap gets taken down. That's due for you. Due looking forward to another challenge with Nick. Trap getting confirmed. Cypher puts BZP down. Now Nick gets closer to Due in that CQC. It's going to be Nick delivering for Loud.
He did say that only Brazil will prevail, but unfortunately AGL will remind him that the true kings so far are still the ties, and Loud will have to take a bow now. Guaksha brings Trap back in. Another reset for Aurora, blowing all of that steam in the previous game, and now sitting at no eliminations and a rough round ahead of them. Only one remaining survivor. Paradox back in action. BRU right in front of them. The Paradox can get through this hurdle. Gotta start with the TAG.
Which is the best fight for Paradox to pick? At this point, none. But they have to. If they want their chances at Esports World Cup 26, go to the survival stage right here in Paris. And Tag right now closed off. Instant dash coming through. Windy has to find the opening, but it's going to be Shoto to turn it around, denying Paradox an opportunity. However, KD got been exchanged. That confirmation will not work through. Oh, they do actually. And Shoto trades it off with one of his own.
Could have gone a lot worse for Paradox. But bailed out by Windy with his life, with his dying breath. Enrique now with the challenge.
Nice one, Shoto. Nice one, Shoto.
Paradox down to 2 on their last legs. In front of TAG. L2K now removed. Making sure that Paradox will breathe their last here. BRU now show up and Sneaky out in the open. And that is all she wrote. Paradox Gaming breathes their last in Paris.
Nice TAG, nice one, nice fight.
For too long, holding it out here. And
Crazy fight, bhai. Crazy fight.
Even loud. So
Shoto, three eliminations.
They
एक निकाला Shoto ने इस fight के अंदर, एक साइल ने एक full
and
win ने
looking at the
निकाला.
best spot is
Shoto
going to
के
be
पहले
Team
दो थे.
Apex Gaming.
Nice one, team game, team
Meantime,
fight.
as
KD
Paradox has
unfortunately
gone
यार,
out, the
KD
doubles for Titan
unfortunate.
Esports Club have
सभी का सेंटर
vanished.
TAG के पास
They did lose
BRU
a
के साथ
player,
fight हो
but
सकती है.
I'm pretty sure the threat of somebody else raking up a lot of points is not something that they will be worried about. Najat is the last one. A nice hit coming in from
Aurora
Ray,
Gaming बाहर,
denying
done and
Aurora
dusted.
and
DP done and
eliminating
dusted.
them. Evos,
यानी कि
they use their
DP
binoculars,
and
they
Paradox,
spot
they are out
7
of the tournament.
players. And that's going to be loud.
उनकी
That's
keys
going to
होने
be
वाली है
Buri
crush.
along with close by
Yeah,
Team
crush.
Apex Gaming. Najat trying to time this perfectly. He's behind all the enemies who've already made it inside the circle.
क्या
And I
Apex
think
Gaming
Titan Esports Club are making
GD को beat कर
sure no
सकती है?
second chances left to
क्या
anybody.
क्या लगता
That
है
they still
चैट
have
क्या लगता है
points
बताओ
and they
क्या
qualify,
Apex
make it
Gaming
to the survival
GD को
stage
beat
at
कर
least.
सकती है?
They've
मुश्किल
got
है,
just
मैं
enough-
बहुत crazy out of the
Just
box
enough
पूछ
for
रहा हूँ, लाइन के
another
साथ ही फाइट है
10
अभी.
rounds tomorrow.
अंदर बैठना
So from
TAG
this
वालों
point
को
onwards,
क्योंकि GD और BRU लड़
There's no more
सकते हैं शायद से.
consequences to whatever happens. But it'd be nice to get the BOOYAH to add on to that record. And GD, they're doing the Aurora run, man, Lucifer.
Yeah.
18 eliminations.
Aurora run.
They've gone big. Gun Dynasty now in a cluster though.
Lucifer भाई भी crazy
Loud
casting
has
कर रहे हैं,
spotted
मजा आ रही है,
Najat.
मजा आ
So
रहा
for
है.
his survival, it looks
इनमें से काशिंग को
not,
vibe आ रही है
not
भाई.
that great.
तो
He should
अपना
be
बैठा
picked up
होता है ना
very
कहीं
soon.
ऐसी जगह पे तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है, पता
Team
है.
Apex Gaming,
बहुत
they've
अच्छा
been
लगता है
holding
जब अपना
in
उधर
that
बैठा
10
होता
for far too long. Their position was already compromised when Buriram made the entry. But Buriram, now they have an
Easy
attention to
battle,
pay to
battle.
somebody else. That's going to be Gun Dynasty. But Gun Dynasty, before giving them any heat, they want to take a fight against Team Apex Gaming. But Team Apex Gaming, they've closed all the fronts. Just like how an entry was done by Paradox, no other team is getting an allowance like that. And now Gun Dynasty, they have more challenges in front of them as EVOS walks up.
And BRU is listening in closely in a separate tent as well. Russia will have to spend some time, heal back up. The medic gun speeds up the process. Loud taking care of Najat. This Titan Esports Club are writing their last. But again, just enough to make it to tomorrow. But Loud now have distance, great angles to intervene in this four-way fight happening right in front of them.
Last 5 teams, out of which only one team has all their 4 players surviving. That's going to be EVOS. Sahil Jad, Shaidu did blow open
ये तो entry नहीं होती है, glitch
place
है.
to enter the doorway, but it did not work out. Sahil Jad was holding it off. BZP on the other end is spotting the entirety of Gun Dynasty. The chrono for the time being, will it save him? He gets into this own monster truck that was blocked by Gun Dynasty and trying to hold it off.
Gun Dynasty nice, अच्छा
end
kill
trying
रही है,
to
Cloud के
use
साथ
his
fight है.
all odds to put
Next,
the player
David
down.
down.
It doesn't work out. One by one,
Oh
players
भाई
from
Gun
Long get
Dynasty
taken down,
भाई
and Gun
crazy game.
Dynasty get eliminations raked up. Hit it to 21.
They tried to save David, but the blue zone hurt too much. Attempted grand
Crazy,
theft
nice
followed by
patience
Loud.
अरे यार मत करो यार, मत करो, मत करो, मत करो.
In that 10 for far too long, their position was already compromised when Buriram made the end. In that 10 for far too long, in front of them as EVOS walks. Will it save revive him. He gets into this own monster truck that was brought by Gun Dynasty and trying to hold it off. David on the other end trying to use his own guns to put the player down. It doesn't work out. One by one, players from Loud get taken down, and Gun Dynasty get eliminations rigged up. Hit it to 21.
They tried to save David, but the blue zone hurt too much.
किसका लगता है?
By Loud.
Chat, what do you think? Chat, what do you think?
In the name, in the law
किसका
of
बूया
GD,
आ रहा है?
getting tagged from
Last
afar.
game of Group A, Group stage.
Both going big. Circle closing in less than 10.
इसके बाद हम देखेंगे
Evos
Group
now
B
on
का
the
वो action.
aggression. Inching closer and closer to a GD. This is great for BRU and TAG, and I believe we've seen this before earlier today.
Just like what Evos ended
BRU
up doing
versus
on
TAG
day
होने
one,
वाला है
instantly
और फिर
showing
Evos
why
versus GD और लास्ट में फाइट होने वाली क्रेजी ना यार मत करो भाई मत करो
the defending champions. Now they're closer to one more for themselves. However, through Wolverine, the last man is the savior. Can he do something brilliant?
Nice TAG, nice game. Sorry guys, कुछ तो glitch हो रहा है. Net वगैरह सब सही है.
Says no and shuts them down, and that's going to be Evos, your defending champions of EWC, looking forward to making sure they have a statement
Defending
at the end
champions
of
finishing
Group A games.
group stage in style भाई. Statement. True statement भाई. Bold statement.
Close out the group stage.
Yes, finals
At
आ गए
least
हम.
for Group A, Evos
आ गए.
have made a statement indeed. 1 year difference. Since 25, since they hoisted that trophy, they have been on a slump. People were wondering if that is it for Evos. So much doubt throughout fall, throughout Global Finals 2025, throughout spring. And here they are, 2 good days in a row. And that's Paradox Gaming on your screens. The rep from Africa. All love. But throughout all of that, BRU have done more than enough. They are going to be the ones that tops Group A.
What a game coming in from Buriram. I think while we talk about teams of consistency, right? They showed us what consistency means. Yes, this game and the previous one are back-to-back BOOYAH pulled off by Evos, showing why and what they are, what they're looking forward to in EWC 26. But consistency is the key. That's what everybody wants to place inside the shield. And maybe Buriram might be writing it for themselves.
Let's listen in on what Evos is talking about with that win in the final round. Imgo standing up before the fight even ends, but hey, it's set in stone. Even though Evos got that back-to-back BOOYAH, but again, Buriram United Esports done more than enough to be at the top of the group, and you know what that means, Lucifer.
Yeah,
they're gonna pull the trigger.
They will. 2 keys will be crushed. And for Imgo to stand up like that, he knew what was happening. He had taken 2 of the players of tag down, so he knew his teammates in a 3v1 will pull it off. And it eventually did work out. Evos, but you can see at the biggest of stages, this is how the part and parcel of competition is. Paradox, they're happy on one end that they were able to make it to such a big stage, represent their region, and put a performance that they could deliver on. And on the other end, Demon's Pride, this was their very first time from their region, and they wanted to make sure they put up a big performance. They tried their best, but the level of Group A being the toughest did trouble them.
Yep. Of course, the Latam fans here in full force, and that's just a fraction of it. I mean, for Africa, it's the first time for the region. For Pakistan, it's not the first year.
Yeah.
And that's the contrast that we see on the stage right now. They can still walk back with their heads held high because they have done more than enough to showcase their best on the world stage. And I'm pretty sure there's more to come.
There is a lot. That's what we look forward to from every team whenever they step up on a stage like this. And this is how we love to see things like this. But on stage, we have Barney ready. Let's send it to him.
Well, an exciting day in Group A has now come to a close. 6 teams have secured a spot in the survival stage. 4 have made it through to the grand finals directly, and 2 are gonna go home. And so that's what we're here to do right now. But first, I'm gonna have a little interview with Buriram United Esports, because what a dominant day. Okay, let's set the scene, okay? Let's go back in time, your journey to this point. World champions in 2025. 5th in the regional finals, so not obviously You didn't match your expectations for that, but now dominating in the group stage at the Esports World Cup, that's got to boost your confidence, right, Rosanna?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับกับผลงานในวันนี้ออกไปในทางยอดเยี่ยมเลยทีเดียวนะฮะแต่ว่าก่อนอื่นเนี่ยขอย้อนเวลากลับไปในปีที่แล้วสักนิดนึงใน global ในเวที global tournament นะฮะหรือว่าในเวทีระดับ region นะฮะเราจบที่ 5 ซึ่งแบบว่าผลงานไม่ได้ไปตามทางที่เราหวังมากนะอยากทราบว่าในวันนี้เนี่ยเรารู้สึกยังไงกันบ้างฮะ
भाई तो पूरा ट्रांसलेशन हो रहा है क्रेजी
ก็
वाला
วันนี้ก็ทำได้แล้วครับก็ทำให้เห็นแล้วก็ใช่ไหมพี่ผมตอบถูกไหมตอบนะฮะก็คือก็ดีใจครับแค่นั้นเลยใช่ไหมมัน
Yeah, actually we are very happy and excited that we finally be able to like prove ourselves that we deserve to be here to become the world champ of this year.
I like that. Now, one thing that all these teams are chasing, obviously, whilst we're here, is consistency. And it seems like you guys have that in absolutely mountainous amounts because you guys managed to secure 3 BOOYAHs yesterday. Today, not so many. However, you're still putting up points every single game. What does it mean to have these teammates with you and performing so well here on the main stage?
ก็ในเวทีการแข่งขัน EWC 2026 นะกรุงปารีสนะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจทั้ง2วันนี้เนี่ยเราทำผลงานออกมาได้ดีทั้ง2วันเลยถึงแม้ว่าในเมื่อวานเราได้ทำบูย่าไปทั้งหมด3ครั้งด้วยกันแต่วันนี้เนี่ยถึงแม้ว่าเราจะไม่ได้บูย่าเลยแม้แต่ครั้งเดียวแต่เรายังได้แต้มทุกเสมอทุกเกมเลยนะฮะรู้สึกยังไงกันบ้างครับผม
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับก็ได้ตามซ้อมตามแผนที่เตรียมมาครับผมว่าคะแนนประมาณนี้พวกผมก็ทำได้เป็นเรื่องปกติอยู่แล้วก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกดีใจหรืออะไรครับแค่รู้สึกพอใจตัวเองมากกว่าที่ทำได้ตามฟอร์มครับ
Yeah, actually we are pretty happy and satisfied with our performance because like, this is supposed to be our true form and true power. So if we can do it like this over and over again, I think we're going to be able to claim the championship.
बाकी कंट्रीज को देखो यार बाकी कंट्रीज
I like to hear that. I like the confidence. It's good. Now, gentlemen, it's time to join me. Come on, walk with me. This right here, this is called the Crusher. And as you can imagine, we're going to crush some hopes, going to crush some dreams, and crush some keys. Like I'll remind you, we have 2 teams who have been eliminated from the competition. They need to have their keys crushed. And so, we're going to start things off. Would you like to press this button?
Keys crush होने वाली है. Demon's Pride की keys crush होने वाली है.
It's going to open up. It's going to reveal
होनी चाहिए
the
keys
teeth.
crush इनकी. Key crush होनी चाहिए इनकी. Paradox
Let's be honest. We're going to crush these keys. Okay, Wasana, would you like to gently pull on this lever and send them home? Is there anything you would like to say to your teams before we crush them?
ก่อนที่เราจะดึงคันโยกลงมานะเพื่อส่งดึกคีย์ทั้ง2อันลงไปเนี่ยมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอกทุกทีมเลยไหมฮะกับแล้วก็2
ไม่เป็นไรครับเก่งแล้วแต่ผมเก่งกว่าครับโทษที
Yeah DG nice try but we are better than you guys sorry
That's to hear. Okay, pull that lever in 3
Nice
2
one, nice one.
1 Send them home. And just
Send
like
them
that,
home.
2 teams have been eliminated from Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2026. But don't go anywhere because 2 more teams will be eliminated later today. And as we get those groups prepped, we're going to head back to the studio before we continue with day number 2.
Oh, crazy games guys, crazy games. बताते नहीं यार ये ऐड आने वाला है, बताना चाहिए इनको. और जनता कैसा रहा आज आपका दिन? Oh, interview हो रहा है guys रुको दिखाता हूँ.
Is of course when families, fathers, sons, brothers, mothers are here to cheer for their children and for their siblings on the main stage. It truly is amazing. I've got Shailesh here joining me, Shoto's father from Team Apex Gaming. Shailesh, tell me what it's like being a dad. I'm a dad. I have a 4-year-old son. What is it like to cheer for your son on the main stage at an event like this?
It's great to cheer for your son, especially if he's an 18-year-old son and who is doing something which I don't understand. So you can imagine it's very difficult to cheer for him. But once he won the Indian Championships, before that I was a tough opponent of his. I used to refuse and deny him whatever he asked for. But after he won that, I knew he was passionate about this game. So you can imagine I've got 4 other family members with me. I have spent so much money to come here to support him. So that says it all. Now I am one of his biggest fans.
I love that. We managed to convert you to being a fan of esports. That's brilliant. Madhvi, what is it like being here as a mum? I think that one of the most important things is to teach your children to chase their dreams, right? And now Shoto is chasing his. How does that feel?
It's a proud moment for me as a mother. He's playing very well, enjoying.
He's playing incredibly well, especially today. After yesterday, okay? Yesterday was a struggle, an uphill battle. Today, they're playing so well. Yeah, tell me how it feels.
Yeah, I think 2 games is quite the progress, I would say, because I think yesterday it was kind of a struggle for almost every single player in their team. But finally they have proved themselves and made a great comeback, which I'm sure a lot of people, even in our home country, India, are proud of.
I love it.
Shoto's family is going to be happy because Tag is going to survival stage, as we saw the first keys being crushed here for Free Fire at EWC 26, none other than Demon Pride and PDX. But we'll talk about that later because we're going to be talking about the teams that are in the top 4 and will be going to the finals. One of them, BOOYAH, are very consistent 2 days.
Yeah, consistent as heck, but it seemed like they did run out a little bit of speed from day number 1. I felt day number 1 was explosive for them, and it felt like today they're maybe in power saving mode, but after all, they're still up there in the lead. Do they really need to rush a little bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Loud was on power saving mode as well. They didn't really need to do much. They were just being very consistent, very average games, and they still remained up in the top. But what's interesting is Gun Dynasty kind of slowing things down today, intentionally or unintentionally. Unfortunately for them, Loud has taken away their spot in the top 4 already. They get to move on into the grand finals. But more importantly, it was the storyline of who's at the bottom. And Titan Esports Club, TEC, many doubters out there. Of course, tons of supporters as well. They have managed to save themselves from relegation.
Just barely. It feels like just barely, because at the beginning of the day, I mean, throughout the day too, that squad was just there in contention, doing enough to what it took to keep them away from those bottom 2. But the way you were talking about Gun Dynasty, that's a team that slowed down in a big way.
Yeah.
Lace, boy, did they slow down in another squad that was kind of able to bring it back up, as we see the top 4 teams that will be moving on to the grand finals was Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons, you know, I sort of said that this is something that they need to showcase a little bit more grunt into it, and boy, did they do that. So from up to about 10 matches, they were about 9.4 average kills and to 4.4 placement, which is actually beating, you know, teams like Gun Dynasty, who, you know, just brought it back in these last couple of matches. So seeing that sort of, like, I guess, competition between these 2 teams, Falcons, Gun Dynasty, is obviously what makes these storylines so fantastic. Clearly not enough to make it into that top 4 we saw in that final circle. It was like looking good for these teams, and then somewhere along the lines, you know, they came in from the eastern side. I know, like, I think it was Loud holding the eastern corner there for quite some time in the position, so it was very difficult for Team Falcons and obviously Gun Dynasty to sort of get that fruition and get those extra placement points that they needed to push them up to that top 4. But look, if we're looking into like survival kind of matches here, this is an excellent feat from them.
Day 2 के last match में इनको याद आया कि
अरे हाँ, what happens with like the next group and how these guys will go in contention with that, but like a great, obviously,
but यार survival stage में team competition देगी, Team Falcons competition देगी, because इनके ऊपर तो बातचीत बहुत बड़ी बातचीत है इनके ऊपर तो.
It was just squads that were
Team
able
Apex
to
Gaming
get
with
BOOYAHs.
140 points.
We saw what one of the players' families was saying there. Happy with their performance. A little bit too late from what we saw in the first day, but a great bounce back for this squad going into survival and taking some momentum with them.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing this team, if you think about it. Yesterday, fairly quiet. Now coming in today, I think coming in really hot. And I think it's really good as well, because day 1 is more of like icebreaker day. Everyone's just trying to get a feel of each other as well, as right? But another team I really want to talk about as well is Aurora. Because coming into this,
I would say that around Neptune.
True.
They were a
team. I felt like yesterday they were struggling. They were knocked out a bit too early so many times. We saw the vision, but not the execution. And whatever it is that happened yesterday or today, in fact, they almost broke a record today.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to bring the conversation back to Team Apex Gaming, right? Because I think this is a whole big win for India as a region who are making it back into the global scene after a long, long time. I mean, many people would have expected these Indian teams to be rusty, and that's exactly what they were in day one, at least for Team Apex Gaming. But today they have shown us that they can play some good fights, they can rip away some good booyahs, but is it going to be enough for them to qualify into the grand finals? Because if you're looking at the teams that are stacked here, that are going to probably make it into the elimination rounds, it's not going to be easy. I mean, in this group in itself, I've got 3 or 4 favorites, but there are only 4 spots left for survival rounds.
And you mentioned it too. I mean, first time being able to be in this kind of stage. It's been a while. We even heard Lucifer saying the first day was going to be a bit of a slow start. The second day was going to be a hyped up moment for them, which ended up being exactly like that for this squad. Going to tag, though, I know you've been at the global finals many times. You've been at many events. What is something that you would like to see Team Apex Gaming do coming to tomorrow for survival? Because only the top 4 will be going, and it's not 2 days. It's just going to be 1 day.
Let me just put it this way, okay? The Indian teams are already winning, okay? Shoto is already winning. I want Indian parents like that, man. I mean, when the common factor for any Indian boy in his house is you become a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or you're a failure in life, all right? So to explore esports, to have your parents fly all the way down to Paris to celebrate you and to support you, I think that's a huge win already. They are setting an example for everybody else out there. I wish and hope those other parents support their teams as well. But, you know, on a more serious note, I think they're doing very well. I'm not expecting them to run away with the EWC trophy the very first time they've stepped back into the global stage, but it's more to prove to the rest of the world what India can do. And I think they're doing a very good job at that.
And Tash, one thing that we saw being able to do from that team was
एक बात सही बोली इन्होंने, जैसा इन्होंने कहा कि इंडिया में सही है डॉक्टर लॉयर पढ़ाई करो, कुछ अच्छा करो, गेम मत खेलो भाई, गेम मत खेलो. लेकिन अभी हमने देखा भाई, शोटो के पेरेंट्स को देखा हमने, एंड टीम एपिक्स गेमिंग को देख रहे हैं, टीजी को देख रहे हैं हम, बाकी टीम्स को भी देख रहे हैं हम, जैसे एसोटिवल ई स्पोर्ट्स है, स्टोरी लाइन है एक. खासकर एसोटिवल की बात करें, टीएजी एंड टीजी को छोड़े, वो बहुत टाइम से टी1 सर्किट में खेल रहे हैं, बहुत टाइम से वो ऑफिशियल्स में खेलते नजर आ रहे हैं, मान लो, ठीक है. टीम एसोटिवल ई स्पोर्ट्स 6 महीने पहले वो अंडरडॉग्स थे, और 6-7 महीने पहले ज्यादा मुझे सुनने में आया, मुझे उनके मैनेजर ने बताया कि वो टीम जस्ट बनी थी, मतलब समझ लो बनी थी वो टीम, खेलना चालू किया था उन्होंने ऐसे सब प्लेयर्स एक साथ एक पेज पर आकर के. तो यही जर्नी है, यही ई स्पोर्ट्स है. सपोर्ट बहुत थोड़ा लेट मिलता है, जो भी न्यू ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स ये देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम, सपोर्ट थोड़ा लेट मिलता है. ऐसा नहीं कि आप पहले दिन गेम डाउनलोड करके बोल रहे हो भाई मुझे घर वालों से सपोर्ट चाहिए, नहीं, वैसे नहीं होगा. आपको प्रूव करना पड़ेगा. शोटो ने भी प्रूव करा है FFMIC जीत के, तो प्रूव करना पड़ेगा. एक सर्टेन पॉइंट आपको घर वालों को दिखाना पड़ेगा कि हाँ आप कुछ इसमें कर सकते हो, आप एक लिविंग अर्न कर सकते हो, आप कुछ बेहतर कर सकते हो, तब घर वाले आपको जरूर सपोर्ट करेंगे. तब अपने साथ साथ पढ़ाई भी लेकर चलो, पढ़ाई पूरी तरह से छोड़ो मत, कुछ करते रहो, साइड बाय साइड शेड्यूल मैनेज करो अपना, एंड ऐसी चीजें वर्कआउट करेंगी. क्या पता अगली बार आप नजर आ जाओ. कुछ भी हो सकता है यार, कुछ भी हो सकता है.
Our second lobby that will be coming up, you know, you're talking about India, SAUL, they're sort of in that middle pack range as well. So it's going to be an absolute grand fight, I feel like, in the survival match. But one thing I want to pick your guys' brains on, if this is okay. Yesterday, Paradox's performance was actually exceptional.
Yeah.
They have now found their way right down to the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
I guess, you know, I'll hit this with you. Was there any sort of inconsistencies that you saw being, like, watching this team throughout their play style today?
No, not at all, right? It's the first time Africa is stepping onto a stage like this. They don't really have a lot of experience in the esports scene within their own country. They don't have a lot of powerful teams to go up against, to scrimmage against. So coming in here, it's all about learning. It's about the experience. It's about, you know, traveling around Paris, just watching, you know, exactly how the culture is like here. You know, having some baguettes.
I mean, it's exceptional just to get here in the first place.
Absolutely correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's inspirational.
That's what you were saying about tag too. I mean, you feel like this is definitely a win for that squad. The experience that they're going to be getting is going to transition into later on with some of the other squads. And I think this is something that Neptune was touching about. And we even heard Conchita touching upon it too from EVOS. They did have one of the players that was just starting off. They started off slow, but they ended up bringing it back as well. Same with the other squads. Aurora, I know that's one squad you were just talking about earlier on, they weren't able to bring it up. It's been quite a bit of an inconsistent 2 days for Aurora.
Yeah, they were struggling on day number 1. Even today, I think one thing's for sure about them, though, kind of like tag, right?
Yeah.
You can see that they were making it up with these big hero plays, these big hero moments. You want to play catch up. It's good. But for me personally, consistency is key. You want to be able to go to that next map with at least 5 to 10 points just to keep yourselves ahead of the rest of the teams. That's for me personally.
Yeah, you are being too Asian mom with this right now. We have seen Aurora play for many years, and I think, you know, 2 out of the 4 players on the main roster already have got the global stage experience, but they've been missing the past 2 years, right? Multiple roster shuffles, but now they are kind of getting it together. So this is one of their best performances that we've seen from them in the past 2 years. So based on that, they're doing hella well, right? I didn't expect them to walk away with an almost record-breaking game.
That
in
was
the game
crazy,
number
though.
5. Yeah, that in itself shows how good they have come.
Great momentum, too, that they're going to be able to take that into survival. And that's the thing, though. You can be consistent here when we're talking about groups just to make it to survival. But it is going to be a bit of a level up, a big level up when we end up moving to survival, because the top 4, that's all you get. After that, it's not just 2 teams that are going to be going home. It is going to be the rest of the teams that are going to be going home that are not in those top 4. So going into survival, I know, by the way, there's amazing people that have joined us. Tash, Bunny, AJ, and Lace, especially you two. You guys are going to get a chance to cast that Group B. We'll get a chance to break down Group B with the other squad, but I want to just pique their brain. Who is somebody that you're going to be keeping a close eye on coming up in Group B?
Man, I am not keeping my eyes on anyone, right? That's the beauty about shoutcasting a battle royale. Anything goes, anything happens. Like from what we've seen already in Group A, teams that kind of didn't really do all that too well yesterday, even Titan Esports, they weren't having a fantastic run yesterday. Today is where they showed us what they're truly capable of, right? And that's exactly what I'm expecting to see. Teams who were not doing too great yesterday to step it up. Teams who are doing great, maybe, you know, take a little bit of a pause, just like what Loud did, just like what Buriram did. Don't get too crazy with it.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I mean, I did dig a little bit with Carol about the Brazilian, I think, scene, right?
Yeah.
And she was telling me, like, in the regular season for Brazil, one thing's for sure, the Fluxo was known as the
Boogeyman.
Yeah, the boogeyman, right?
Yeah.
They were the ones that goes for back-to-back BOOYAHs coming forward. But
Match
now
लगाओ
in
यार.
this tournament, they are the ones that are just
जल्दी करो यार.
farming eliminations.
देखना है भाई,
So
TG
they've changed
देखना
up
है.
the way they play. And I agree with you. You really cannot tell what's going to be happening. And I'm so excited to be a part of this with you, AJ.
Likewise, Dash, right? And, you know, speaking about Fluxo, I am not too worried about them at all. That's the team that we are definitely going to see at the Grand Finals. I'll be shocked if we don't see Fluxo in the Grand Finals.
I mean, let me give you my little opinion here on the end, guys, because I shouted it from the rooftops right at the start. We need to look at Team Secret, guys, okay? I have placed them as my underdog, all right? The view is there.
Underdog!
Yes,
Team
and
Secret
if
will
we
be
saw
underdog.
from there, like, obviously, groups from yesterday, shaky start, but then they pulled out these bazingas just to skyrocket up the leaderboard. So, you know, I don't want to jinx them. I know we're all about jinxing, unfortunately, but this is going to be one team that needs to obviously make this happen.
Yeah.
And I'm going Team Secret.
I mean, this group has been just talking about when we went to Group A, it was pretty much Southeast Asia. When we went to Group B, it was none other than Brazil. You can hear the crowd in the background. You can hear them getting hyped up. And for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget, support your local team. Get into Free Fire. Make sure you support your local team, whichever one it might be. You can be biased. It's okay. We try not to be biased here, but sometimes it ends up happening. We'll be getting ready for Group B, but we do have an amazing video with Mia.
Yo estaba en el trabajo y ya cuando estaba bajando caminando hacia la casa ocurrió los temblores. Ya cuando nos frenamos y esperamos que pasara los movimientos para poder pasar porque yo iba a pasar por un túnel. Entonces cuando pasó logré bajar a casa y estaba buscando a mi mamá. Ya cuando la encontré se encontraba llorando y cuando pasamos al apartamento le encontramos los bloques, estaban partidos. Tenían ya de ahí salimos del apartamento porque no era habitable. Ya estaba partido, estaba botando el agua, pasaron muchas cosas. De ahí estábamos esperando reunirnos con la familia para poder llegar hacia donde nuestra abuela. que allá era un poquito más habitable. Ya nosotros nos fuimos a una plaza donde era más abierto y estuvimos ahí en el carro de nuestro tío esperando que las cosas estuvieran bien, porque había muchas réplicas. En un momento nosotros estábamos en la plaza y yo estaba logrando contactarme con el equipo, pero no podía porque no había señal, no había luz, como durante 2 días. Entonces nosotros esperamos los 2 días, nos acostamos en la camioneta, en el carro, y ya cuando llegó la luz pude contactarme con el equipo.
Right after the earthquake hit, I didn't realize how hard the earthquake had hit. It had happened right when we were going to join Discord for a meeting, and I ended up not joining the meeting for another reason, and found out a couple hours later that it was tragic. It hit me pretty hard emotionally. You know, these are my boys, people I spent time with, and then not knowing from them for hours until it became days for some of them.
En medio de la nada, accidentados, pues. ¿Qué opinas, Capa Flow?
Feo porque nosotros teníamos pensado ir desde el aeropuerto de Caracas, que me tía. Ya teníamos todo planeado, todo bien, pero hubieron rumores que las carreteras se habían dañado por lo del terremoto y así. Entonces varias gente nos dio opciones, ejemplo, que nos podíamos ir por Medellín, y así fue lo que hicimos, pero fuimos por Medellín.
After we knew that we were going to attend EWC, I already had a relationship with the mothers. So they knew my name. They always heard me on Discord when I spoke to them. And one of the things that I told them and I promised them was that I was going to take that trip with them from Venezuela directly here, and that they would never be away from me, that they were going to be with me the whole time. And the minute I found out that I wasn't going to be able to travel with them from Venezuela, it just broke my heart. And I try to make it as transparent, as much communication. I tried to inform the mothers. Up to now, we have a WhatsApp group that they're constantly receiving pictures. They're constantly getting updates from me, and they know that I've been trying my best to keep them updated.
Lo más difícil del viaje fue separarme de mi familia. El proceso de tomar la decisión fue hablarlo con mi familia, porque no estábamos seguros si ellos me querían dejar ir, porque como había muchas réplicas y estamos en familia, no nos queríamos separar. Entonces hablamos de eso en familia y mi mamá tomó la decisión de dejarme ir porque era una oportunidad grande.
Duramos como 5 horas para llegar a Barquisimeto, después 14 horas para llegar a Cúcuta y como 14 más para llegar a Medellín.
The day after it happened, I knew there was something that we could do, and the Free Fire community as well. And I started doing some flash tournaments on Thursday, which was that next day. I started putting statuses on my WhatsApp of who in the community wanted to contribute, whether it's a mod, whether it's a narrator so we can do live, whether it's a producer to do live on TikToks, and also to teams to see who wanted to join and make a donation to be able to play our tournaments. We did 5 on Friday, 5 on Saturday, 5 on Sunday, every day for a whole week. The tournament, I named it as Manos Unidas, which means United Hands, which also contributes back to, our logo, which is a logo of a picture of my hands. So Manos Unidas just came naturally. United Hands as a community, we come together to try to help our Venezuelan friends. And we had a lot of turnover. I mean, we had a lot of people wanting to join it and contributing more than, the normal. When we come back to our homes this coming week, we're going to have bigger tournaments that are going to last for about a week. That's going to be our goal now, to continue raising funds. For them, this is a dream come true. Coming from the whole tragic of the earthquake.
क्या हो रही?
It's just makes them stronger, makes them believe more that this is meant for them, and they're gonna do a great job. I trust a lot in our team, and I know that they're gonna try their best to take something back to their country.
It is such a miracle for them to be here with us today, and
Yeah. Miracle तो है. वैसे भाई इस इंसिडेंट से भाई.
of course, it's for them. It is also a milestone and something that they can.
Than, the normal. When we come back to our homes this coming week, we're going to have bigger tournaments that are going to last for about a week. That's going to be our goal now, to continue raising funds. For them, this is a dream come true. Coming from the whole tragic of the earthquake, it's just makes them stronger, makes them believe more that this is meant for them, and they're gonna do a great job. I trust a lot in our team, and I know that they're gonna try their best to take something back to their country.
Porque todo es un sacrificio.
नहीं भाई.
The Esports World Cup. Is a fantastic feat in itself, of course, but look. The battle's not over yet, Seven.
It's not. Definitely not.
The battle's definitely not over yet. 33 points they're truly having to overcome to make it to the top four. But as we saw in Group A, that's going to keep moving along the day. They just have to make sure they are consistent. And don't forget, those booyahs have to start coming, because we saw from Group A, everybody that was at the top, they needed to get some booyahs. A squad that was able to get the booyahs yesterday was none other. And I'm sorry, remind me again who it was, because it was a team from Brazil, Neptune.
Yes, MIV are a lot. And we're really looking forward to how they are going to continue this, because from
So yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to see 88 points sitting at the 5th position with 63 elimination points and 1 BOOYAH. It's looking quite promising, but if I'm talking about the Indonesian team, of course, I am super proud once again to see how Vitality has been performing and has been doing so good in this group, Neptune.
I want to say, Vitality.
With that voice, right?
Yeah. The new strategy ended up working out for that squad, and hopefully will continue today, right? Because remind everybody that might have not been here yesterday, it's okay, we'll let it slide now that you're here with us. What was the new strat?
Yeah, my strategy of going for double snipes. We've seen that from Southeast Asia. We thought that they are going to let go of that because even Brilliant United, we're seeing them trying to do the same thing. But out of that, they just capitalize on it. They can easily switch up to, especially for those who are just adjusting the sniper, they can easily switch up to sniper, mid guy, or frontliner. So that's what I'm loving about Team Vitality right now.
Yep.
And again, going back to Chris Joe, like the mindset of the coach, it's just so much of things that we might expect from Team Vitality.
And they might be able to start hot right away instead of what we were able to see yesterday. One team that's looking to get some BOOYAHs is Fluxo, because their fans are behind us. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I see, is that Barney and Carol? What are you guys doing here?
Oh, here we go. We are here with the Fluxo W7M. Incredible fans. It really is amazing. Oh, Salcinelli joining me here. Tell us about traveling here with these guys and, you know, what this team means to you in this competition.
Like my family, I can explain how important Fluxo is for me. And it's really amazing to be here because my first time traveling abroad and with the organization, it's like living a dream and it's so perfect. I love it.
We can't hear you, unfortunately, so I'm going to pass this. I'm going to use this. Talk to me again about this being the first time that you've traveled outside of the country and what it's like to travel with all of these guys to support your favorite team.
Yeah, it's abroad, and I truly love. It's like we are really family. I love Fluxo. Fluxo is my family, and make me start doing live stream just because of the organization. So all that I am is because Fluxo. Salcinelli exists because of the Fluxo. So it's awesome to be here, and I know that everyone has the same feeling.
I love that. I'm going to take this mic back off you because we've got to learn some of these chants because they're absolutely incredible. Go on, let's go, Carol.
Definitely. Amoroso. Okay, so yesterday we talked a lot about your travel here. It's probably the first time of most people here getting out of Brazil. And you guys share with me incredible stories. But I want to know if you guys have prepared any kind of song for this moment here.
Cara, preparamos algo muito da hora para você, para aproveitar bastante esse evento. Trouxemos várias bandeiras, inclusive uma música nova. Então, eu quero impressionar vocês.
Okay, so basically they have prepared a special song for this moment. They create a special song for EWC, and even they bought a huge flag. So they are gonna show us the flag and teach us the new song. Come on, guys, I'm with you. Let's go.
Ei, Spotify, puxa aí, tô aqui no EWC, que é a música da EWC, puxa aí. Bora.
EWC song, let's go.
Vai. Puxa aí, puxa aí.
Oh, I love this. Oh, this is good.
E o meu fluxo vai vencer. E o meu fluxo vai vencer. O MT vai deitar. O MT vai deitar. O Portuguesinho vai ruxar. O Portuguesinho vai ruxar. Chama aí o Luquinha. Chama aí o Luquinha.
Oh yeah, let's go, Fluxo. I got distracted. We're back on us. Okay, Fluxo. I see you with the energy right there. Let's go. Let's go, Lace. This is a squad that, as I mentioned earlier, they're going to be looking to get their first BOOYAHs. And it was none other than their Brazilian brothers actually stopping them from getting those BOOYAHs, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, well, it has been said already. Despite of not getting BOOYAHs, they're still taking the top of the board. So it really doesn't matter at this moment. As long as they can get to the top 4, then it's okay. No BOOYAH, no problem for the moment.
No, I want to see some BOOYAHs out of them. Imagine how if they're crazy right now, if they're being loud right now, that Fluxo crowd, Gachira, is gonna go crazy.
I know, but that's exactly what I'm waiting for, actually, Seven, because we have BOOYAH and AGAL in Group A, but we also have Lost and Fluxo in Group A, and that's gonna be interesting.
All right, well, it's time for Group B, Free Fire at EWC 26. Let's get started. 6 more games to go.
Half of our players now know their fate, while the other half is ready now on this Guiria City ride.
That is right. 2 teams have now been eliminated from the competition, so the tension just got a little bit thicker because the consequences just became real.
Indeed, Barney, there is no room for error anymore. With only 6 games left, it's crucial to hit the ground running day 2s now.
Look, expect insane plays, expect heartbreaks, but above all, expect absolute chaos. And so, with that being said, it's time to introduce your next 12 teams to the main stage to fight for survival, starting with the MIA Corp.
Ali Esports.
Team RRQ.
Twisted Minds.
Team Secret.
Fluxo W7M.
Total Gaming Esports IQ.
Straw Hats.
Lion.
Amy Bear Loss.
S8UL Esports.
And finally, Team Vitality. Here we are, our Group B is ready. Anything can still happen, and no one is really safe.
We've got $1 million on the line, the survival stage around the corner, and our grand finals reserved for just the most elite teams. And so with that being said, it's time to close out the group stage of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup. 24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Guiria City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb.
Well, let
me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
The damage comes through, and Loud, all they have to do is just rush forward, and they're completely surrounded from every single angle, and Loud, once again, a booyah!
MIB are lost, they turn it around, and Bobs is the last one standing. It's going to be very difficult, but also Bobs struggling unholy along with the help of MIB are lost, and it's going to be MIB are lost. Getting the very first booyah of Group B. Looking for the final player, Kororo looking for that recovery, and they won't be denied as BOOYAH pulls away the third booyah of the day to take the #1 spot on the leaderboard. And Lion are losing players one after another, and as that happens, even Dix gets eliminated, and Games King was the last man standing, and it is going to be MIB. It's gonna be Mia Corp Straw Hats down at the bottom, and SHUL a little bit too dangerously close to them.
Yeah, because today is anyone's game.
Oh, yeah.
Game 1, or at least Group A, was a story where any team could still make it big and survive, and I'm wondering if Group B will tell us the same story. Yes. Loss went huge. 3 booyahs, ending the day strong. And I'm pretty sure that every other team in this group as well want to replicate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it is a situation where MIBR lost, wanted to control the situation. But also wanted to find out exactly what they can do in a lobby like this. They've already proven themselves yesterday. I'm expecting them to have a little bit of a slower day today. I'm expecting the teams who are down in the mid part of the battle instead to really show us exactly what they've got. Obviously, it's the
to squeeze themselves into the top 4. Even if MIBR kind of sleeps on us, giving us average games back to back, I don't think they're going to be at risk of getting kicked out of the top 4.
Absolutely. I think one thing's for sure, though, everyone wants to maintain that top 2 slot.
Yeah.
After all, again, you get that holiday, you get that direct slot to that finals.
Yeah.
And on top of that as well, you mentioned just now during the desk, right? About how hard it would be to be playing through that survival stage. It's going to be hard, it's going to be lethal, and most importantly, it's going to be mind-bogglingly stressful.
Yeah, absolutely, because we have got the best of the best from around the world. We've only got the 4 slots. I guess a little bit of a blessing as you take these Super Titans out of the race. Now you get to go up against who are maybe just a tad bit better than you, right? Because you're taking out the teams who are very down at the very bottom, so no easy picking. I think it's going to be ruthless. It is going to be very challenging for the teams to maintain consistency when we into the survival stage. But of course, beyond all of that, if any teams do manage to show us a constant streak throughout those 10 games, I mean, color me surprised for sure, but I'm looking forward